YouTube, and then we'll change the name of the broadcast. Do games, interview, set it up like that. Stream settings. We'll go into here, see if the category changed and everything. Did it actually work? Creator dashboard. Is this functional? It did. Okay, good. We'll go into this, grab this, change that over. It probably changed the name of my stream on Twitch, even though I'm not live on Twitch. Yeah, Kick has picture-in-picture support. It does. All right, that should be working. Everything is good. We need real streamer for interviews. Why you like this? I'm the fake one, dude. Okay. See if this is set up. Twitch developer stuff is set up. Website stuff. There's so many things. No ads here on Kick? No, there's no ads. None at all. Now let's see if this works. Works. Hell yeah. All right, there we go. Everything seems to be functional now. Kick is showing you at 0 viewers right now? Is it? That's probably true. It's probably busted right now. No, it's showing 546 for me. So that's still working. Yeah. It's fluctuating rapidly and Kick doesn't know what to do with it. Needed time to update? Yeah, no, it's freaking out. They're, for some reason, their API for like checking out see how many people are watching your channel doesn't seem to work right, which is really interesting. Yeah, it's really weird. It'll like display weird values all the time, and I've noticed that. It's not the best yet. Also, when I have it hooked up to like Stream Deck, it'll say that it's actually saying I'm offline right now, for instance. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't know how to do it. All right. Okay. It updated after tab refresh? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you guys break stuff all the time. You're goblins, dude. That element doesn't have its own refresh rate. It looks like it's just mad because the ferret one updates just fine. Like, that's not an issue. But for whatever reason, my stream one doesn't update. Maybe it doesn't allow me to do 2 at once. Maybe there's like an API limit or some shit. That's the only thing I can think of. The black screen really hurts your eyes? Why? There's nothing in it. How could it hurt your eyes? Kick's UI UX is cleaner? I think it's just more vibrant, to be honest with you. I like to know how this platform makes its money. That's a big part of what I'm asking. Because their money generally comes from stake, and I want to know how are they going to pivot, you know? Thor this big hurts my eyes? Good. I wish I could stream it in 2K. We all know? Well, we all know, I'm going to ask. Actual Dan Ray. 5,000 kicks. My man. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you. I wish you could stream in 2K as well. The quality here is way worse than Twitch. That's because it's 1080p. That's the only reason why. I can't stream in 2K on this. That's 5K is wild. Thank you very much, man. It's incredibly nice of you. Does Kick support AV1 encoding naturally yet? No. I think that is likely going to be an Amazon side problem, to be real with you. Because Amazon they own Amazon IVS, Interactive Video Service, and that's their back end. And since that's their back end, like, Twitch can't have it, Kick can't have it, nobody can have it, you know? I had to stop streaming on Twitch for this because the Kick CEO is banned on Twitch. And I was like, I ain't risking that shit. Like, there's no way, dude. Like, there is no way I'm risking that shit. Like, not even. I just realized I have to update my my YouTube chat. I noticed it wasn't moving, and it's because I have the wrong dock in. Let me fix that. Good old YouTube. There we go. Yubatuba. Hello, I can see you guys now. Miss Northspore, yeah, most of our audience is in Europe, man. Like they weren't getting a return on investment for sponsoring the stream. Like that's the biggest problem with it, and it's because they can't ship to Europe. You know, like what are you going to do there? And that's what a sponsor wants. They want to get a return of some kind. They couldn't do it, and it makes sense. I don't blame them for it. Oh yeah, no. If you look at movies rooms firms, that's actually not a room for movies. It's a video game named Movies Rooms. So that's not allowed. It's just like if you look at I'm Only Sleeping on Twitch, it's the exact same shit. That's a video game. It's a point and click adventure game called I Am Only Sleeping. Yeah. So it's people streaming in there that should not be streaming in there. 100%. I don't blame the platform that they just got to go through and clean it up once in a while. Why do you hate Twitch now? I don't. I do think Twitch has its problems, but I don't hate Twitch. Not even close. It's weird to watch you on YouTube for a change. Yeah, the UI is much different on YouTube as well. Are Twitch peeps coming? A lot of people have switched over, yeah. I would like to stream on all three platforms, but I can't for this. I follow platform rules pretty rigidly, and it's why I've never been banned. So even ending the stream on Twitch, I can't encourage you to go to one of the other platforms. I can just say I am streaming on all of these places because that is against Twitch's like TOS. You're not allowed to do that. You can't encourage people to go to other ones. And I just be like, well, I have to end the broadcast here because it's against TOS. And that's it. Like there's so many like rules and regulations on streaming platforms that you just have to follow, you know. Yeah, it could be considered ban evasion because Eddie is banned on Twitch. It's lame, but understandable. It is. I do think it's lame. I agree. Oh, wait. I'm getting a message. Ah, he's running behind. No worries. We're chilling. There we go. Anti-competitive behavior? I don't like it either, personally. I don't think that Twitch's ban on that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes them look bad. Can't believe Thor will never stream on Twitch again. I know. Are you wrong for only wanting to play Windrose for the shanties? No, dude, the shanties are some of the best part of that game, man. It's like on TikTok, you can't even mention other platforms on there. Yeah, they do the same thing. What was the ban for? He streamed gambling content, and they banned him. It's super funny. The wig looks particularly lustrous. Why, thank you. Look at it. Look at it go, dude. It's wigging, dude. Yeah, I wish I could do something about it, but I can't, so. Please play Noita in his box until he shows. I swear to God, dude. Oh, my God. I wish they used the advanced stats for nerds here. We could talk about it. That's part of my, like, I could put that in my questions for tech stuff. I'm going to open up Punchin', though. Like, the first things I'm going to talk about are monetization. Like, on my list here, I've got stuff about, you know, how are you even making money? What about the clipping program? Do you think that benefits creators? How do you think it damages the streaming space? You know, because it floods the streaming space with specific people. The partner program, relationship between Stake and Kick. Like, what extent is Kick dependent on Stake's revenue? Moderation philosophy, their legal and regulatory risk of the platform's competition, trust and brand perception, and then technical side stuff like the mobile app, infrastructure investment, and extension support. You know, these are the kind of things that I want to know about. He's playing slots right now? That's funny. Please put Bezos in his rectangle while we wait. Jesus, dude. You're spoiling the surprise questions? Dude, I've been super public about them. That's fine. I'll come up with questions on the fly, too. We'll see if I have any. That's no wig. You thought Aiden Ross was the CEO of Kick? No, dude, what? Should play Balatro while we wait. Dude, chat is, you are TikTok brain to the max, man. You got to be able to handle it. You could do it. 5 minutes, no RuneScape in the corner. Promise. Dude, I need Subway Surfers right now. I'm going to die. What's up, Thor? Nothing much. What's up with you? You going to ask for the long-term goals of the platform? 100%. One of my questions is the goal to build a standalone profitable company or position Kick for acquisition? Like, are you looking to sell this thing? You know, like, what is your plan, man? Imagine if he calls Steven Sharif as the head of monetization during the interview. I'd leave. I'd be like, well, bye. Show the ferrets in the empty box. I actually have to ask Shay. I think Shay's sleeping. Are you awake? Ask about the dress code and if it'll always be so loose. Dude, I don't even know what the dress code is, man. Does Kick run on AWS still? They run on Amazon IVS. Yeah, interactive video service. At least with a bouncing DVD symbol? No, stare into the void. Into the void. I'm talking to Shay about which ferret we're going to show off. Because they want to show it off. And we actually have a ferret named Eddie, which I think would be really funny. Yeah. It would be hilarious, right? Can you slowly change his box size during the course of the interview? I could slowly shrink him over time, which I think would be funny. You viewing Twitch chat too during this? No, it is, as far as I know, it should be not shown. Let me see. Yeah, I can't see it right now. I'm going to have to open it up on another monitor. Okay, let me grab that. And we'll see if I can grab that and put that up in here. I'll grab a box for this so I can see you guys over on Twitch side. What is that? I have to pop it out, grab the UI, and then close it. Because that's useful. Browser docs, Twitch, chat, dump it in here, apply. And put that there. There we go. Hello, Twitch. I can see you now. You are visible. You're actually visible. I won't be reading chat a lot during this. I'm going to be focusing on the interview the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, I can't stream on Twitch for this interview. I can't. It's risky. Because he's banned. He's banned on Twitch. You need life advice for what to do? What do you need life advice for, man? What do you need? What's wrong? Yeah, I can see you guys. I can see you guys in offline chat. It's not worth a ban because it would take down the ferret stream too. It's too risky. Not interested. You know, I gotta play by the rules. What mic are you using? I use a Blue Yeti. It's a Yeti X, technically. It's a couple years old. It's a USB mic. It just plugs into the top of my computer. And then I use, on OBS, I use the filter to get rid of background noise. Otherwise, you hear my keyboard, which you can't hear with this. Although it gets rid of the jingle jangle of keys when I do that. And I don't know why. So, you can't hear the cool keys. Yeah, no jingle jangle, dude. Your wife wants to know what the name of the ferret that steals toys and hides them in tubes. That's all of them. That's all of them. Let me see if this works.
The actual Dan Ray on Kick with 5,000 kicks said.
Nothing. Thank you.
Slushberry Games on YouTube with $5 said my wife wants to know what the name of the ferret that steals toys and hides them in the tubes.
Could be any
Thanks,
of them.
kitten. She said it brown and her favorite. 7.
If you have a picture, I'd be able to tell you. But all of them do that. That is all of them. Does he have 3 legs? Because if so, then that's going to be Nemo. Is there a ferret named all of them? It's every one of them. You hate it here, but you want to watch this? Totally fair. Record the keys and have the audio stream deck button with a keys animation on screen. You know, I could do that. I could just have them descend from the top and like jangle and then go back up. One of the NES hides toys in the tube a lot. Oh, I wonder which one. It's a little strange on YouTube, it is. Which ferret is white with a black spot on their back? They're also wild. I picture. It's got to be a picture. I'm thinking, and I'm like, where in my brain is that? Yeah, VYZ, what's up, dude? How is Henry? Henry's doing good. He's getting older. Oh, actual Dan Ray, thank you very much. 25 gifted subs. Dude, that is incredibly nice of you. What a boss, dude. Thank you. Are bits cheaper here? Yes. Kicks are cheaper on Kick, and they're the same thing as bits. Subs also give 95% of the streamer instead of 70, which is a big deal. It's very, very different. Also, I checked. They actually give you 95%. Which is crazy. That is not what I expected at all. I thought it was going to take the payment processing out of the streamer side like it does on Twitch. It does not. Santa Maria, you here? What's up, dude? That's the mic you use? Nice. Audio Technica? I don't know anything about microphones, dude. I had a Blue Yeti before this, a Blue Yeti Blackout Edition, and I used it for like 5 years. And then it broke, and I was like, oh no. So I got the same mic, but the updated version, and I just have this. Trev, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's very nice of you, man. Thank you very much. Everything being kicked sounds like a platform. Honestly, it just every time I hear it, I hear pumped up kicks in my head, and it's just permanently playing whenever I talk about it. Like I can't get rid of it, man. It's all Logitech now. True. Yeah, it's literally like permanently on auto repeat for me. OG or metal version? The OG version. I don't think I've ever heard the metal version, dude. You're watching a Kick because slightly less latency? Meatball, what are you doing in here? The cat is broken in. He's broken containment. Put Meatball in the box. Oh. You here to show your whole ass? Is that what you're doing? What are you doing, man? What's the plan here? What are you doing? Is this what you want? Is this it? Meatball. Is that it? Is that what you want? Is this it? I'm using the claw and he doesn't know what to do. Is this what you want? I'm not even touching you. Were you? What are you doing? That's my water. No, you can't have that. What are you doing? This cat doesn't know what he's doing, man. he just somersaulted onto the floor. All right, bye. All right, whatever. He just did a flip and left, dude. That's so weird. The end of the void, I guess. Officially 12-month Prime sub. Delicious. That sounds like a delicious sandwich, dude. Yeah, too dangerous, the Wigglers. Basically, I stream, like, the ferret stream is also my stream, so if I get banned, it will count as ban evasion, and the ferret stream will go down. I don't take chances. And because of that, we found out Eddie was banned. I won't stream it on Twitch. There's nothing I can do with that. Although I do have offline chat on Twitch open, and I'm reading it, so people are over there. I'm really careful about that shit, man, because we run an animal rescue. It's not about, like, me getting banned. It's about our animal rescue not making income, and we take care of animals, right? Like, that's so much more important to me. Dirty Rumor, what's up, dude? When's the interview? Now. I'm actually just waiting on Eddie. 10,000 years later. Man's late to his own conversation. Oh, Santa Maria is typing. Hop into tech check. All right, cool. All right, setting stuff up now. It made a beep noise, yeah? Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube, man. That's super nice of you. It's only an hour late? No, he's not. That's like 15 minutes, man. Yeah, we're supposed to start it at 7:30. That's kind of how that works. Welcome to doing stuff on live broadcasts. It never works out perfectly. Which Ed was the best, Ed or Eddie? The real question is, were any of them even alive? Or was Ed and Eddie's cul-de-sac actually purgatory? Yeah. I love that conspiracy, dude. Plank is the answer. That's true. Can Thor still see this? Yes. But I don't know if it adds it to the TTS. Let's find out.
The Dog of Chaos on Twitch with 500 bits said, can Thor still see this?
Oddly enough, it still works. I don't think I ever wrote anything to get it to stop working. That's weird. I don't know how to feel about that. Huh. Turn off your DLSS 5. Dude, on it. I gotta go close my door 1 sec. I was so bright and shiny because Meatball opened the door, and the door has the sun right there, and it was just blasting on my face, dude. That's the DLSS 5 effect, right? Black rectangle will run this stream now. That's true. The black rectangles run the stream. The horror. The void has arrived. Bright and shiny. Not like this. Did Twitch hear it? Dude, probably. You see someone gave 25 subs in the kick ferret? No, I didn't see that. Whoever did it, you're amazing. Who was it? It's very nice. Yeah, I can't see the ferret chat right now. I'm running all 3 of these. It was Dan? You absolute badass. Thank you very much. Thank you for doing that, man. You missed quite a bit this morning? Yeah. Piccolo missed a lot. If there's no ads, what's the subscribe button for? It's to support the streamer. That's about it. You know. You gonna go play Crawler and listen to the stream? That's cool. Hell yeah, man. Crawlers is great. I actually really enjoy that game a lot. Vampire Crawlers turned out to be really cool. It seems wildly busted sometimes, it's fun, you know. It doesn't need to be not wildly busted. It's a great game for that reason. Twitch Live is not up. It won't be up. Eddie, the CEO of Kick, is banned on Twitch. And because he's banned on Twitch, I can't show him on Twitch. Because then I'll be banned on Twitch, and I don't want to be banned on Twitch. That's like, not the best, right? You know. So Twitch chat is off, or Twitch video is off, and that's it. Oh, Pop, I'm about to interview the CEO of Kick, that's why. And I only started streaming on here on the 1st of this month, so. New to Kick, not new to streaming. Most of my community is from Twitch side. We usually average about 2,500 to 3,000 people on Twitch. Maybe another 100 to 300 on YouTube. And usually about 100 on Kick, just about somewhere in there. So most of the community is over here on Kick right now because I can't stream the interview of this on Twitch because Eddie is banned on Twitch, which would get me banned, which is not the best. What did he do to get banned on Twitch? He streamed gambling like 5 years ago. What time will the interview begin? Whenever they're ready. I think Santa Maria is trying to wrangle him in now. Yeah, you guys broke containment. Now you're on Kick. Twitch was containment. It's over. The time of man has ended. Now gambling is allowed there. They have specific laws on what kind of gambling is allowed. It was about control, like federal law over what type of gambling regulations were in place, I believe, was the point of it. I don't know much about it, though, because I don't like gambling. So I just go, gambling, gross, and kind of move on. Yeah, you got to start the wills and incantations. That's how you bring them in. Meet Your Maker Monday win. Oh, dude, I miss that game so much. I wish that game would have worked, man. I really do. It's a user-generated content game, though, and didn't have proper constraints. Leads to sadness. You still play Meet Your Maker? I bet that game would work and, like, be popular if you had to run your own dungeon to play it. Like, to put it up. Instead of having Harvey do it. I bet if you had to beat your own dungeon, it would have been fun. And then you could also have, like, stuff like jumping puzzles and shit, you know? Mario Maker? Yeah, like Mario Maker style. There aren't any bugs we've ran into? Oh, it's not a bugs thing. It's the community, people just get frustrated with it, is really what it comes down to. That's the issue, man. Hell yeah, look at that bee go, dude. What is that? Bee bubble, hell yes. Is that a global on Kick, dude? Dather, no, don't do that, man. Just stream, dude. The bee is pretty unhinged. That's a great global. What the hell? Yeah, Eddie got banned for gambling on Twitch like 5 years ago. And so because of that, he's still banned. Which means I can't broadcast it. I know other people do it, but I don't take chances, man. I'm careful about that shit. That's why I've never been banned in 9 years. Chat got some new toys. It's true. Somebody let Piccolo know what's going on. They unbanned. Yeah, I know. It's Tectone's last brain cell again. What's up, dude? I hope you're having a good day, man. And thanks for being nice the other day. You're right. It's a great name, by the way. It's ridiculous, actually. I'm always amazed at like people having just like insane account names like that, like Ashes of Stephen Sharif's Loans, like shit like that. It's just like, dude. Wait, is it you again? No. Last brain cell, you are actually also Stephen Sharif's Loans. Both of them are you. I can't handle this. I cannot handle you right now. That is insane. You can't be both of them. You're actually them both. Oh, god damn it, dude. I cannot handle you right now. That is insane. That is the dedication. I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. Yeah, dude, it's just Spare Melody and a million alt accounts. That's the whole community. That's why you're all goblins. Holy shit, man. One-man band of memes. God, that's funny. Oh, TJ, thank you for gifting that sub. That's very nice of you, man. These are good globals with the heck. Yeah, they have really good globals on Kick. I was actually pretty impressed. There's a ton of them, dude. Yeah, there's a lot of them on here. Cat blobs and all kinds of stuff. They've really nailed a lot of the culture, which is cool. That's one of the things I noticed between them and Twitch. Like, Twitch is like, what if we released an AI-generated cat for Christmas? And I'm like, what are you doing? You guys are idiots. Like, stop it, dude. Stop doing that shit. You just like the neon green? See, I like the neon green. But also I'm staring into bright lights the whole time. So, whoa. Hey, what's up? Hey, how's it going? Hey, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, let me set this up. Boop. That should be working. Is that good? All right. Yeah. All right, let me That's true. That for a while. Let me see if I can actually set up video on my end. I think it's going to pull multiple. Wait. I'm going to do this scuff. That's going to be the best. Oh. Wait. All right, got it. Nice. They can see you now. Yeah. Yep. Sick.
A few questions for you though, just out of getting a bit of background here and a bit more understanding about you. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, ask away. I have a ton of questions, and they're all going to be kind of vicious at first, but like that's how it's got to be. So I have a lot of questions though, and you're right. And I've been a pretty big detractor for years, and you guys have changed a lot of stuff recently. So we'll talk about it, man.
All right. Well, my questions are pretty simple, but I'm going to start you. What is an indie game you've most recently enjoyed playing? What are you playing right now? What's happening?
Dude, I know it's kind of funny, but I've been playing Vampire Crawlers, and I can't put the damn thing down. If you haven't seen it, like it's from Vampire Survivors, guys. They made a dungeon crawler. I think it's mostly because I like Etrian Odyssey from Atlas from back in the day, and they just put out a dungeon crawler that feels really good and is very broken, and it's been a lot of fun with that. Like, to be real with you.
What do you say? It's very broken. You like it when it's broken.
Yeah, because like you get some builds are just overpowered as shit, basically. They just get insane. And like you have this cascading effect of just like you pull off a really good move, the screen fills up with garbage, and you win, and it feels good.
So guess what? Finding those broken mechanics in a game is what kind of is almost satisfying for you. If it's too polished, too perfect, it's like, nah, I'm not too interested.
Yeah, you got to find the broken stuff. It's like Balatro. You ever play Balatro?
I've never played Balatro, no.
Dude, Really? Like, oh no, you got to play Balatro. You got come on.
My world of indie gaming isn't up to the level that I wish I could.
Dude, you got to play it. No, Balatro, I think you do enjoy because it's just number go up. The whole game is, and it's cards.
Number
so
go up.
Like, yeah,
I like that. Number go up. What? It's just number go up.
It's just number go up. You make crazy combinations, points go into the sun, and eventually you can win it or lose it. And it gets harder and harder as you go, like infinitely hard, which is kind of fun. You should check it out. I think you might like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I take that recommendation seriously, coming for you. If that's the one you recommend for me to really get behind, Balatro, I'm going to give it a crack. But Pirate, just quickly switching gears here from indie gaming. Andrews has mentioned before you run rescue for ferrets. And yes. I'm assuming that's out of Washington State. Like, how'd you get into that? Like, what's the passion? Where'd that come from? That's like an incredible initiative.
Yeah, so I actually lived in Southern California. I grew up there most of my life in Orange County. And they're illegal there. And I always wanted one as a pet. And I thought, like, oh, this would be a really cool animal to have as a pet. Moved up here to Washington. They're not illegal here. And I got 2 from University of Washington, their laboratory program. Ferrets are usually used for animal testing, usually for virus testing, because they have what is called an ACE2. They have ACE2 receptors like humans. They'll get most of the colds that you have, so they use it for animal testing, which is kind of shitty, but like that's the reason for it. With that in mind, we got these 2. They were great. The community really loved the idea that we had these ferrets, and they really wanted to see them, so I put them up on Twitch as a secondary channel as something to be kind of fun. It exploded. Like, people loved watching them, and it actually made so much ad revenue on Twitch after it got monetized that they shut down the monetization for it. It actually got demonetized because they thought we were doing ad fraud. Because people cheer on the ads whenever it plays on the stream because it's supporting what we were doing with it. And so that was a whole, like, wild thing. I was like, holy crap, like, this is so much bigger than just having pets, right? So we started getting more of them. We started rescuing the general area. Shay, actually, who was our director for the rescue, rescue director for that, she went off to go like work at a veterinary. So she became an exotic veterinary assistant and is now like the shelter director for all of this. We got 2 more staff members. We've expanded it out. And now we're building the largest ferret rescue in the United States. It'll be a purpose-built facility that's 2,400 square feet. We'll have multiple staff in there already, and we'll just be building it out going that way. And all of this, everything has been paid for with ad revenue off of Twitch and YouTube, and now on Kick, because they're up here on Kick as well with the Kick Partner Program. And it's crazy because most rescues are run entirely off of donations from people. So you get these crazy economic fluctuations where like people are like, oh, I can't give anything right now, or I want to, or any, like, you're totally beholden by all of that. And it's devastating, especially for exotics, because they're expensive, man. Like, you can have an emergency surgery that's like $5,000. And that's not uncommon. Like, something goes terribly wrong, you have to do that, and it's devastating for most rescues. But because we're doing this off ad revenue, it's much more stable and has allowed us to do a lot more. The rescue actually has 83 ferrets in it right now, and we have 3 staff members at all times.
Hey, what's the name of the handle?
It's Ferret Software. You can also find everything about the rescue at ferrets.live. So to have everything on there.
That's amazing. I didn't know, because this started off just as a single live stream, which obviously was very close to your heart and the idea around it. And then the ad revenue blew up to the point whereby, like, I'm assuming it triggered some sort of, flag of sorts, which led to demonetization, which I'm sure you've now fixed up.
Yeah, we fixed it immediately. We're like, it was funny too, because I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, why is this happening? And we had to reach out to them, and they ended up fixing it. They're like, yeah. No one cheers ads, but your community does, and they look like bots. It's like, okay, cool. But they fixed it.
When you say cheers ads, as in like they're very happy to get ads, right? Like, like, give us ads.
Yeah. I mean, the goblins will go in there and they're like, great, the ads are supporting the stream, and we run 8 minutes of ads per hour on there, dude. It's a lot. It's not a small one because it pays for all of it.
Clever. It's clever. Yep. It's really clever. And now this is essentially a self-sufficient way of now providing support to what is like 84, and I'm assuming growing sort of. This is, to be fair, when you kind of think about charities are inherently quite difficult to maintain, right? Like they really are, but like this concept of saying, hey, hold on a second, let's use something as stable as, say, ad revenue, or in the case of KPP, and use that to fund the operation. It's really clever. It's really clever. Has any other streamers followed suit with a similar sort of initiative after seeing you do this?
We're actually not the first to do it. I based a lot of my stuff off of Maya Higa, who runs Alveus Sanctuary, and I saw what she was doing with all of that with so many different animals. And a lot of our tech stack and like the way that I've built out the network and all the things that I've done there is like, what did Maya do? This makes a ton of sense. And then looking at the economics of it, of like, how do you make this work in a world with like fluctuating economics, with people may not have money certain times of years or anything like that? And live streaming just ends up making sense. And I love what Maya is doing, dude. I love what Obvious Sanctuary does. It's freaking phenomenal. And like that was the basis for how I wanted to run things. So it was already tried and true, like out there in the world. And this just made sense going from it.
That's awesome. I think that's incredible. And thank you for bringing it live to Kick as well. That's epic. That really is. I guess when you're not streaming, when you're not looking into initiatives such as rescue for ferrets, you've also spent a lot of time in game development. You've worked at, I think Andrew mentioned Amazon Games as well, Blizzard, of course. What have you taken away from that experience? And, what do you feel that indie developers, for example, need to be aware of when competing against sort of larger corporations such as, say, Blizzard and Amazon Games?
This is probably going to be the weirdest answer to this. The answer is you don't have to. Like, indie and AAA are completely different from each other. You are in a class of your own. You are not competing against AAA. And you don't need to, and you don't have to act like them, and you shouldn't act like them. AAA sucks to work for. Like, just straight up. It is a gigantic corporate mess. It is horrible for creativity. It feels like shit. And to be real, if you're running indie, don't be like, oh man, we have to throw a ton of money at marketing. No, you don't. Set up a Discord. Set up a YouTube. Set up a Twitter. Set up streams and go and stream this stuff and tell people about it. And your community will carry you through that. You don't need to spend millions of dollars or get a publisher to do this. Dude, in today's age, you don't even need a publisher. You just need Steam. That's it. That's like all of your stuff done for getting your game across the entire world. And I think that is a big...
Were you around for Lumberyard?
Oh, yeah, I was. Yeah, no, I did automation on Lumberyard, man. That was a shit show, like, to be real with you. It was an absolute nightmare. I wasn't there for very long, though. I ended up leaving out from that. But yeah, that's what I got hired in for, was on Lumberyard over on Amazon Games. But yeah, no, I think the biggest thing is for indie devs, dude, like, don't model yourself after AAA. There's a reason that indie is succeeding so hard, and it's because they don't have the costs of AAA behind them. When you're saying, like, oh, I'm going to buy a $60 game, you live in an age of digital distribution. Game doesn't need to be $60. Middle management, CEO pay, that makes it $60. Nothing else, man.
I love that answer.
Yeah.
Sorry, I probably should have seen that answer coming, honestly. That was a silly question. But it makes perfect sense. I love that you reiterated that, because I guess that's the whole reason the indie game category exists, is because it's not a big corporation. And for that very reason, people have the ability to have so much creative freedom. They can bring their ideas to life in a way which I guess you can never do so in a company that is massively bloated with, all the likes of middle management and sort of maybe incorrectly incentivized, directions and all that kind of stuff. So I guess it's the whole idea of modeling around AAA games is to forget about it. There's a reason why indie games exist. There's a reason why people play them. There's a reason why you've got these really community-centric games, and just lean into that, lean into the resources you have, and follow. I think it's great. I think it's great advice. It really is.
I think it's the most important thing to me is get your stuff out there and don't worry about it. I ran a showcase in December. We called it In December, and we just showed off like 80 games totally for free for the indie devs, and just like show them out there, because there are so many indie games you've just never heard of. So many indie games I've never heard of. You'll never see them, and a lot of them think that they have to have big money from a publisher before they'll ever get seen. And the fact of the matter is that's true most of the time, because no one is just, evangelizing these types of games. And I wanted to do it in a way where, like, it's not just like, oh, we paid $1,000 to put an ad on the stream for like 5 minutes, right? Like that sucks for those devs, dude, especially if it's like their whole budget. So like doing a showcase like that, I would have it on for an hour. We'd play it for an hour and then have the devs on for an hour. We did that for all 80 games in 1 month, and it was rad, and I'm doing it again in June. So if you go to show.games, great domain for that, and all of it's there. And if you have an indie dev, if you know an indie dev that's out there, just get them to sign up. It's free, dude. That's the whole point, is just show their stuff off.
So just to clarify, if someone knows, or someone is or knows an indie dev and they're maybe watching this right now, like, all they need to go is show.games, was it?
Yep, that's it. That's the website, show.games.
Show.games, and you can submit, I assume, an application of sorts to come on and spend an hour speaking with you after you've played the game.
Yeah, so I play it for an hour with the dev not there. And then we kind of talk about it as a community, and then we have the dev on for 1 hour. We just talk to him for an hour. The idea is to get like a full 2 hours with that dev and their work, just totally free to showcase like what are you doing at indie. And I don't see that anywhere. The only thing I ever see is like, here's a 1 minute ad. Here's the cost for the ad spot. And like that burns their budget bad, dude. Especially when you got tiny teams. You know, it's not good for the space. And I think it pushes it more towards AAA bullshit. And I'm just not a fan of that.
That's awesome. And how honest are you with some of these games? Like, are you brutally honest with them when they come on? Like, I'm assuming this is very candid feedback.
Some of it's really candid. Like, I don't try to be mean with that stuff. Like, if something doesn't make sense, I go, hey, this doesn't really make sense. But they usually have an answer for it. I don't think we've had a problem with that. We've only done the show once, but it was a lot of games, right? But like some of them are like, why did you do this? And then they're like, well, I did it because of this and it didn't work. And I go, fair. You know, like that's totally fine. Because when you're working on something, like you know where the weak spots are, man. Like there's no secrets there. You know, you've heard it a million times from many of your players. So I'm not surprised. But I'm not going to be a dick about it. There's no reason for that.
That's a super awesome idea. I think, they're like naturally what people typically sort of lean towards these ideas of, hey, I need to advertise, do all this kind of stuff. But to be fair, like in terms of actually getting people to convert and play the game, I don't think there's anything more sort of powerful than like really getting into the depths of like how the game was built and you know, getting a true review in that sense. So I can't even imagine the amount of traffic that you would drive to these games, which otherwise sometimes maybe struggle to get the level of visibility that they probably deserve, which is, I think, just an amazing initiative. This next one's in June, so very soon.
Yeah, it'll be in June. So I'm doing all the applications all throughout this next month, and then we're going to go live for June. And yeah, it worked out really, really well for them. On the low end, we got games. The lowest end was 100 new wish lists, and on the top end, we got 15,000 new wish lists. And that's game changing for a video game, like a small game, dude. Like 15,000 wish lists is nuts. That's what they always work for like metrics and everything like that. Is like the wish list.
Wait, sorry, so just you said you got someone 15,000 wish lists.
Yeah, wish lists for the game. That's how much the show ended up getting them. And it's a big deal because like a lot of people don't realize this. It's like a like on YouTube, like an upvote kind of a thing. If you wish list the game on Steam, that pushes it up in Steam's algorithm and starts showing it to more people. So that's huge for them, man.
That can be almost like defining for the whole company. Like
that's the hope. That's the hope of it. Yeah. You know, like I hope it works more. You know, we've only done it once, so like there's still a chance to be a shit show, but like not yet.
That's really cool. Because I guess sometimes, unfortunately, you know, you can make say the greatest game or whatever it may be.
No one knows.
It applies outside of just gaming as well. But sometimes just getting that initial traction, that initial, mass can go so far. And you know, this show, show.games could end up being what ends up being the beginning of, maybe a very, very successful creation, which is great. I love the idea. I think that's amazing. Well, you must get, how many applications do you get for that? You must get hundreds.
Last time we got over 500. Yeah, we got over 500 for the very first one, and I could only show off 80. This time I'm going to try to show 60 of them, so it's less because I streamed every day in December, and we did 3 a day, and it was way too much, dude. Like it was way too many, and I was like, that's like I need to sleep, man. Like so. But yeah, no, we'll do probably about 60 this time.
Especially when you give it a proper review and a proper sort of dive in deep and understand the game and speak properly with the creator and the organization that goes into that. So that's massive props. I've just wanted to change subject just a little bit again. So Kick, you were one of our I'll call critics and rightfully so. I think you gave us a lot of really good feedback very early on. What made you end up giving Kick a shot? And I ask this because Kick has to earn people's trust. And I understand that. We all understand that better than ever before. What was kind of that tipping point? We're like, hold on, I'm going to give this a shot.
So there's kind of 3 things that were at the same time. One, I don't like gambling. I know you guys are super heavily tied to gambling. I get it. Like I know where all the money came from in the beginning to build the platform. I get it, right? But for me, the problem that I saw with it, and it's one a lot of people out there would share with it, is that Kick is a gambling front for stake, right? It's a way to advertise gambling. It was a very heavy perception for this. When I saw you guys had the Kick partner program and you were paying people out with it, you changed it so that if you're doing gambling content, partner program doesn't pay out for that. That's a big deal to me because it shows that you are separating yourselves from incentivizing gambling content on the platform to be like, if you're a partner and you're doing gambling content, you don't make any money from the partner program. That to me is a big deal. And it shows the direction of the platform is like, hey, what if we divorce ourselves from this a little bit, change the perception there? It shows me a direction. So that I liked. I liked seeing that. Another one was the change in moderation. Suddenly you guys started banning people for putting up copyrighted content. There was a whole category for it before, which was other TV shows and movies. I'm like, bro, you can't run that. Like that's such a mistake if you're going to run that kind of a thing. And it's gone now. And banning people for doing copyrighted content, it's not about like, I don't care about content. Dude, my name is Pirate Software. Let's be honest, right? I don't give a shit about that. But it endangers the platform when you are running through somebody else's hardware. And that's one of those things where I'm like, I don't think they're being serious as a platform. You guys changed that. Big deal to me, right? Seeing those two things are probably the two biggest ones for me, is seeing those types of shifts in the platform from going that direction. Because that's a big deal, man. Like it shows that you guys want to change stuff up. And I also reached out to a number of other content creators when you guys reached out to me, because I've got about 2,500 to 3,000 on Twitch on general, right? And I was like, are they treating me differently because I'm a larger creator? And I talked to people who had 5 average viewers, and I talked to people who had up to 100 average viewers. You guys treated them all the same way. I didn't expect that. I thought it was going to be you guys are just contacting me in this way for that reason. But everyone that I spoke to said that they had the exact same experience with your support staff, and they were like pleasant and treated them with respect and treated them like they were a big deal. And that's not something you can get anywhere else. I don't know if that's sustainable as a platform grows, but it's something you're doing now and that matters. So like these things made me go, okay, let's give them a shot. Like that's a big deal to me. Like all of that is together.
I love that. That's very concise answer. I think, when it comes to that gambling side, I just wish we could have, conveyed that in a more succinct way earlier to people. Of course, it's no secret that we, the parent company for Kick is involved in gambling, and, make that very clear. I was quite literally just finishing my stream on the stake side before, and obviously people have opinions of that, and we accept that, but we've always said, hey, look, these are two separate companies, two very separate initiatives. Of course, there's overlap. But the fact that specific action was enough for you to say, hey, look, this is separate. Because naturally, if we were very, very much looking for the slot section, would pay double for KPP there, or triple or quadruple.
If you really wanted to incentivize it, you do that. Yeah,
we want to remove ourselves from that. So right now you get 0. So of course, Kick's main KPI is watch hours. Of course, that's our main driver. And we actually found that gambling content was actually hurting our watch hours, because a lot of people ended up leading to gambling sponsorships, which ended up hurting their viewerships. Was actually a deterrent to Kick's goals, right? Obviously, putting stake over here, Kick's goals were being actually hurt by gambling content. And a way to combat that was saying, nah, we don't want to incentivize this anymore, because people became lazy, they streamed less, all this kind of stuff. Gambling content was bad. So how do we lower it? Anyway, that was the reason behind that change. And I'm glad that helped, shift your mentality.
That's actually super interesting. That's really, really interesting. So you guys lowered it because you saw that it was having a negative net effect on viewership?
Well, we just watched so many great streamers get these gambling deals or start doing gambling content, and they just started like falling off a little bit. It kind of sucked, man. So we were like, how do we stop this? I'm like, okay, let's start incentivizing people to do IRL content or gaming content or what they're doing, and not incentivize them to do the gambling. Anyway, that was kind of how that stemmed, because it was, again, Kick has its own goals, and it was deterring away from that. So that's the story behind it. But if that was enough for you to go, then we need to start being louder about that, because we don't actually tell anyone that we're doing that. But I think it's heard that loud and clear. I think in terms of the movies other section, I believe we deleted that, but we still kept the slug. Mistakes made. Of course, we take DMCA very, very seriously. It's probably one of the most serious parts of a live streaming website is adhering to all that. Of course, any request that comes through, we action. I say this wholeheartedly. I believe our DMCA takedown policy and how we action it, and how we actually, the substance behind it in terms of how quickly we take down streams is actually probably superior to some other platforms, maybe because we're not as big and because we have more opportunity to action them faster. But we take that seriously. But I can see how someone looking outside in, and like you said, especially when you're running on other people's hardware, we obviously don't run our own hardware. We use cloud infrastructure. So at the end of the day, that cloud infrastructure can receive a takedown request. And if they're, illegally hosting files, then boom, the whole thing can disappear overnight. So it's a great point that you make there. I can see why you'd be deterred.
That was the big thing that deterred me, I think, in the beginning was I went and interacted with my first interaction with Kick. You're going to love this. It was a guy streaming Breaking Bad. And I was like, dude, no, like you can't be doing this. And it was like super wild in the very beginning of the platform. It was like right in the beginning. Guy was streaming Breaking Bad and he didn't get banned for it. And then it over time, you guys actually changed it all. And I think it's because you were building out your moderation tools, actually getting people to pay attention, started to ban people off of that. And that's really what changed my mind on that, man. Like it's not about what you say, it's about what you've done. And you guys have changed the way the platform can be perceived by taking those actions. And I think that's the only way you fix that. Like really, like this, you can't be like, we're doing this. Like you have to just do it. And you did. And it shows. So.
No, thank you for that. It's, I think, the lessons we've learned coming into this industry, and, I mentioned this so many times, it's been a humbling, very humbling experience coming into the world of social media and live streaming, and the amount of lessons you have to learn the hard way, amount of lessons that you just have to learn, no matter what, it's complicated. I think, looking at live streaming from the outside in, you go, what's so complicated about it? But there is a lot to it, and it's a very serious responsibility. It's a responsibility. I personally take it seriously. I know everyone at Kick also takes it quite seriously. So, on those subjects, moderation in general, it is something that needs to be, front of mind at all points in time. But Pirate, my next question was going to be just in regards to, some of those points that you were critical about and how we could, sort of turn them around. But I think you've already answered that. So I'll probably hand it over to you to ask questions about Kick. So again, I would love to speak as openly as possible and, answer absolutely any questions you might have, concerns, criticism, anything's welcome. I think, having your opinion and having your voice here on Kick Talk is, again, a real honor. So would love to just speak to anything that you might have in mind.
Yeah, I think like I'm really about like I want to put it all out there, all the stuff that I want to ask about. I'm not going to pull my punches on this. I want to talk about monetization first. There's a shitload of questions around this. It's very murky for a lot of people, myself included. First off, what extent is Kick dependent on stakes revenue? Like, can you guys survive independently as a platform right now? My guess is the answer is going to be no, but I'd like to understand.
So Kick operates at a loss right now, but I think the most important thing, and I mentioned this a bit as well, is I think the costs of live streaming are very heavily overstated. We've been running Kick now for 3.5 years. Yes, we've been losing money, but I think the extent at which live streaming costs is heavily exaggerated. The cost of live streaming from, let's call it a cloud infrastructure perspective in our case, or maybe a hardware perspective in other streaming platforms cases, is getting cheaper. It's getting more efficient. It's getting far cheaper than it was, say, 15 years ago when live streaming first came out. Back then, I get it. I get it. It was tough to have low latency live stream, across hundreds of different countries. It's expensive. Nowadays, less so, right? Obviously, Kick then has staff costs. We've always been very careful about bloating out our staff costs. Like Kick runs a very lean operation, leaning heavily on new technology to try to be careful of, say, having too many staff and ending up with millions and millions of dollars in costs there. And then, of course, we have KPP. And KPP has been sort of the delta between how we deal with the fact that we don't have, say, ad revenue or maybe the level of audience to compete with the likes of YouTube and Twitch, right? So they're kind of our three main cost centers. Staff costs we've kept relatively, reasonable. Infrastructure in terms of sort of video and cloud infrastructure has, again, it's high, but it isn't insane. And then KPP is definitely relatively expensive. Our goal here is to build out a platform that can stand on its own 2 feet through monetizing through ads, right? Ads is by far and away the only way in which, a social media platform can sort of sustain itself long term. And, also through strategic partnerships, right? I think again, if stake was to not exist tomorrow, the great news is the company behind Kick has been fortunate enough to have a lot of free cash flow over the years. There is a lot of money that's invested in that company. Kick could operate for the next decade without stake involved whatsoever, no problems at all, right? And this is continued investment in the fact that we're building a brand, we're building a platform, we're building a company, and we're building something which is going to have long-term value. That's our bet, right? The idea is we're putting money into something that has value. And if Kick was to go out and say, want to sort of raise money, there's a valuation around that. And it's built out a brand, right? Of course, it doesn't look great on paper in terms of revenue at this point in time, but we're going to slowly turn that around. We're currently launching ads out in Argentina right now. We're going to be rolling that out through some other Latin American countries over the next few months. We're doing so in a really sustainable way. We don't want to roll out suddenly, for example, the 8-minute ads that you mentioned before. We're probably going to avoid that to begin with. Just sort of, cut our teeth on it and figure it out. But I think also making sure that we approach ads in a way that really works for not only streamers, but for businesses. And the reason I say this, right, is because, you make a very great point. We have been on both sides of the fence in terms of an advertiser on a streaming platform and the platform itself. And we've existed on that stake side. And I think that there's so much we can do to bring companies and live streaming together in like a really strong partnership where, of course, you can run mid-rolls, you can run pre-rolls, you can run ads at the end. Like, you got so many different ad forms, right? But I think the real way that you benefit from live streaming is bringing companies truly together and doing really special activations, which we're, going to experiment with. Of course, people have tried doing this before, but I think that's where we have an edge because we really understand both sides of the fence. So again, we have a lot of plans on that side. We need to be cost conscious, but I think the biggest thing to take away is that streaming is not as expensive as companies make it out to be. I think that's the big takeaway, especially if you are conscious about your expenses in those 3 buckets.
When you're talking about it not being as expensive, do you have any type of a range where you think it is of like a percentage-wise of what the public perception is over this? Because I think the only way that anyone, even myself, can figure out like what the cost of streaming is, the only other example you have really is Twitch and the Amazon IVS calculator, which is the interactive video service calculator.
I can't speak about the exact costs that we have. Of course, we work with Amazon on their IVS product, which is an incredible product. It's an amazing product. There's also other products very similar to IVS out there from other major tech companies. They've got public pricings, right? And at the end of the day, what you see in terms of public pricing is very different to say if you're committing $50 million.
If you get a big,
for example.
Group discount kind of thing.
Yeah, you can get a big discount, right? And I think once you apply those discounts, the prices are very, very, very different. I unfortunately can't give you exact number, but we're talking fractions of those numbers, right? And then when you multiply that by all the viewer hours and then you can start to sort of get an idea. And the reality is the number is big, but I think it's overstated because I think people use that calculator, right? I think people use that calculator and they think, oh, that's the cost. And it's not the cost. It just simply isn't.
Cool. No, that's good. That's good to know. Because that's one of the things, it's a black box for basically everyone unless you're running a platform. Like there's no way you're going to get those numbers otherwise. So it makes sense. I am interested what's up? Go for it.
Sorry, real quick, just to add for your chat and for yourself, like you have two, you have a control, right, which is in Twitch, and then you have an outlier, which is in Kick, right?
Yep.
Like running off of the same services, right? So I think going back to an early, statement that you had, which was like, watch what they do and not what they say, right? It's kind of like, well, Twitch says they have to take all this money from creators because they have no other choice. Right. But then you have another platform that's doing it differently. I think that you can decipher a lot of that just based on how platforms are being ran.
Well, there's a reason I'm right here, right? Like the reason we're having this conversation is exactly that. It's like one of the things that really gets me about that is it makes me wonder what is Twitch doing in terms of that. But Twitch also has a vastly larger like platform in terms of or number of employees. So it makes me wonder, is this a problem of the platform costs? Is this a problem of the vast number of employee costs? And they had a lot of like layoffs and everything over the last couple of years. So it really comes down to, is their business model sustainable, or is your guys' business model more sustainable? You guys are running off of essentially, even though it's not the same, like venture capital funds right now, but that isn't really sustainable, and you're going to pivot towards ads. Does that pivot damage your community in such a way that it's no longer sustainable anymore, or does it not? And that's kind of like that's one of the moments where you go, can Kicks weather this or not? And I do think that'll be really interesting to see, at least like from my perspective, is does Kicks survive the implementation of ads? Does the culture survive that? Because it's run very heavily on no ads for that. And also, like, how do things like the partner program change in that? Like I actually did some testing. We did some analytics on the partner program and how much it pays out, and ad revenue and how much it pays out. And I found that it was about 7.3 cents per hour per viewer on an 8-minute ad revenue stream. So 8 minutes an hour of ads. On the ferret stream, which is in the animals category, it's very ad-friendly category, very ad-friendly content. 8 minutes of ads an hour makes 7.3 cents per hour per viewer. Kick partner program is paying out like 12 cents an hour. That's a massive increase. It's like 70% increase over Twitch's ad revenue. And granted, it's quarter one, which quarter one has the worst ad revenue imaginable compared to all the quarters, but that's still very impressive, right? So it makes me wonder, like, is that even sustainable long term? When you do implement ads, is that going to gobble up all the ad revenue? And on this, the Kick Partner program, the payout that I was getting is a multi-stream payout. So it's 50% that of the normal Kick Partner program, which means it's normally double that. And on Twitch's side, they pay you 55% of the ad revenue, which means they're pocketing the 45% there. So both of these are actually making, like, costing effectively like the double of that. And I'm interested to know, do you think the partner program is going to be sustainable with ad revenue going on top of that, if you're also giving a cut of the ad revenue to the streamer? Because to me, it makes me wonder, there has to be a point there where you do make money, but that's a wild, like, it's a very thin line at that point, right?
Yeah, one thing I'd say is, I think, understanding how that percentage cut is derived is very important too. I think sometimes when you talk about revenue share splits on any sort of business or any sort of plan, like, sometimes there's a lot of hidden costs, whether that be admin expenses, like how that 55% is derived, I think would be important. Because when you're talking about running 8 minutes of ads and getting 7 cents per viewer per hour, we're talking about 16 30-second ads at $70 CPM on 16. You're talking at really low CPM rates here for 30-second unskippable ads. Like, I'm struggling to comprehend how that works out. Again, this is my understanding of my, I know that, for example, if I were to buy ads from Twitch, I know what that costs. And from what I understand, you should be getting a lot more than 7 cents per viewer per hour on a 55-45 split, put it that way. So I think there's just worth questioning. It's worth questioning the narrative. It's worth questioning how things are derived. We model things out. Again, maybe we'll be hit with surprises. Maybe we'll misunderstand a few things. Maybe we'll have to make some assumptions and pivot our ideas, but we see a very, very clear path to profitability. Will KPP always remain exactly the same amount? We can't guarantee that. We've never guaranteed that, but I hope to tell you that we will, make sure that we keep Kick the most competitive place for streaming. That is our guarantee, right? We know we have to be the most competitive. We know we have to continue to offer by far and away the best rates. And KPP's only ever increased. It's only ever increased as time went on. We actually brought it out, and then we brought it up and up and up and up, and we've continued to remain more and more competitive. I think, once we bring in ads, that will add another revenue stream, and what we can then do with that to find a balance is going to be up to us. But the one thing that we are certain of is that, with the modeling that we have, with our understanding of the advertising industry, with our understanding of what ad spots can be sold and which ones are more valuable and how we want to approach the problem, is that there's a pathway. Are we going to be 100% spot on and be a flawless approach to that and maybe end up with some roadblocks? I'm positive we will. But I think that this whole idea that live streaming isn't sustainable because one company said it's hard to make money is incorrect. Like that is the simple assumption on this, right? It's definitely expensive. It's definitely got a very low return on investment compared to some other industries. There's no doubt about that. but we're confident on a path to sustainability. And I think you can very easily look at some CPM and some advertising rates on like for like ads, call them 30-second unskippable ads, and quickly model out yourself sort of what that looks like in most situations. I think, simply looking at the receiving end, I think is maybe a bit biased. I think you can look at it from the other side. I think you should, instead of working backwards from what you get, work backwards from the perspective of how much advertisers pay. I think that should be the best way to kind of model out what is a true reflection. My assumption is that 55-45 includes, maybe that over bloated employee costs and some way of, administration fees and other areas too, is my guess.
So you think it's more of a net than like the actually what they're paying? I mean, that makes sense. The thing is like, this is one of the hardest things for streamers, right? Streamers and for viewers is like, no one gets to know what's going on behind the curtain kind of shit, and especially with monetization like this and with the cost of ads. I have no idea what an advertiser pays. The only thing I can see is the fluctuations based on what time of year it is. Q1's the worst, Q4 is the best, right? Because advertisers know when you have money to spend on Christmas. Like, that's really what it goes down to. And every year, every second, you guys are going to see it too when you got your advertisers like actually on the platform. Every year in Q1, every content creator claims it's the adpocalypse, but it's just advertisers spending less money in Q1. Happens every time. There's a huge drop off by like 50%.
I think I'm pretty sure this was you, but you used to calculate your ad revenue in like burritos.
I still do. Yeah. It's like that started like 5 years ago with the community, dude. It's the burrito index, man. Like, we calculate how many burritos can I buy, 5-layer burritos from Taco Bell, on my ad revenue every month. It's so
was there a reason you did that? Was that because you wanted to avoid like directly quoting your ad revenue or something?
No, I just revealed it. No, I just revealed it. I didn't even care. Like, it was just one of those things. I was like, yeah, we're just gonna do this, and then I just put it out, and we just thought it was funny, and then my channel exploded, and I was like, this is way too many burritos now. Like, this, like, it was way too much.
The burrito index there's we at Kick, so obviously we had to kind of start to figure out what are creators making elsewhere, and the burrito index is heavily quoted throughout Kick in the early days. Yeah, because it was, for us, it was the most reliable like source of like we had some people
still have it
who were giving us numbers, but we were like, okay, this was actually really helpful. I'm talking the very early days of Kick. We definitely took that index quite seriously just to understand what was going on.
Dude, I had no idea. That's really funny, actually. I still do burrito index. I always go to the same Taco Bell. It's like down in Tacoma. I go to the same Taco Bell. I buy 3 burritos. They've gone up in price, too. The 5-layer burrito is more than $1 a layer now. It's bullshit. It's insane. Yeah, no, it's like $5.47 or something.
No, Pirate, that's why we wanted to have you on early, man, because we wanted to data mine you, man.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
We were like, we got to get this Pirate software guy on pretty fast. We got a data mine.
Oh, they're getting me, dude. It's over.
At 7 cents an hour, that's much higher than it was, say, a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, no, it's actually gone up over time. The biggest thing is it seems like there are always going to be outliers. Like, some months you'll see like a weird fluctuation, and that's when like Twitch had problems filling ads right now. I remember one year in October, it was down to like 4.5 cents an hour. It's like super low, and October is never like that. October is always way, way higher because it's a big spender month for advertisers. And so by doing the burrito index, I was able to track the anomalies and be like, oh, Twitch isn't filling ads this month. Like, something's wrong. The business failed somehow, right? And like, it worked out as being like it's just historical record of are Twitch ads working, and we were able to use it also for the ferret stream because that's a very ad friendly. It doesn't have fluctuations. Like, one of the things I learned through this is if you're a streamer out there, if you stream mature content on Twitch, your ad revenue drops by almost half, just straight up. Like, as long as you were streaming mature content, if you're playing a mature video game, it drops by like 40 to 50% because there's not enough advertisers to fill it for mature content. If you're doing not mature content, you make way more money off ads, and it just kind of makes sense. If you're doing political content, you get nothing. It's like 0 to 1% of what you normally would.
It's the same model as YouTube. They demonetize categories.
Yep. It's exactly the same. It's advertiser driven, man. Like, they don't want their stuff next to it.
How does YouTube compare from your experience?
YouTube generally pays more. YouTube is more consistent as well, I find. I think Twitch fluctuates pretty heavily with ad revenue, and YouTube stays very much the same. It's trackable and easy to understand what you're going to make in a month from YouTube, like ad revenue. On Twitch, you're like, I hope they did well this month. And then you kind of just like wait and see, and you'll see these big fluctuations. You're like, why did it go down by 20% this month? Why did it go up by 50%? And you're like, whatever. Like, it's over time, it makes sense over the year, but there are definitely anomalies on Twitch. And I think it's because they have difficulty filling ads sometimes. I think they do. And their advertisers are also very sensitive to anything that's like a negative on the platform. So if they have a big drama on the platform, you can see your ad revenue drop within the next like 6 months for a little bit, and then it goes back up as they get more advertisers in, or when contracts end or anything like that. But you can track it. You can see all of it.
Hey, just a heads up, guys. We got about 10, 15 minutes because just a heads up, Eddie's out in Australia. It gets pretty late out there. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. That way you guys can get the questions in you want. Okay,
sure. Yeah, no, I've got a bunch of other questions in. So 2 things about tech side. One about your guys' mobile app. About 40% of my audience is on mobile. What is the priority of the mobile app? Are you guys going to be developing that out? Is that like a priority for you? Is that something you care about? Because I have a ton of audience that watches on mobile.
Yeah, the mobile app is, I think, something we've spoken about for a long time. I think, the big issue with the mobile app for a long time was there was issues with the reliability, the performance. The one thing that we've very quickly learned is when you combine the video player, which is actually very heavy when you try to put that in, say, a mobile app, alongside something like chat, which is also quite heavy as well. It is a relatively tough, application to bring to life in a really seamless manner. So we have struggled historically with mobile app. The last 3 months, though, we've seen a lot of our key performance indicators, metrics, go in a really positive direction. The performance has improved drastically. I'll quote one number, which is just a single metric that we watch is like, the crash free rate on say Android and iOS. We've say seen like a 9 to 10x improvement on that number, for example, which is really, really important for us. And that's on the back of building out a lot of the integrations that we have with IVS natively, like on our own, right? We were previously using a lot of supported integrations, which were a little bit dated and leading to lots of crashes. We had to rebuild everything, and we've seen massive success on building that ourselves, and integrating that in a much better way. So yeah, the app is something we realized. I think for us it's like 75% apps, maybe 70% people use the app. So it's incredibly important. I don't see us making massive changes to the UI, UX, and the experience of it. I think like the way horizontal live streaming works, we quite like the way it is. We don't kind of want to go down that path of becoming like the next TikTok or whatever. We're quite adamant on that. But I think there's still room for improvement. There really is. It's still. We're utilizing React Native, which some people think is not great and have opinions on. We personally believe that we can get it to a really great spot as close to feeling native as possible. But anyway, besides that, we're continuously working on it. We're building out the team as much as possible. It's a massive focus, but the improvements are just drastic. They really are. They're drastic compared to where it was. It was a little bit embarrassing, the state of which the mobile app was in at some point. I am now much more proud of where we're at, and I know the guys behind it are doing an amazing job working on what is actually, sometimes people just think, oh, it's just an app, but this is actually a relatively complicated app to bring together when you do combine a lot of these aspects of live streaming from a software development perspective. It is a pretty heavy app, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
with that in mind,
focus,
also, yeah. Also with infrastructure side of stuff, you guys don't have AV1 encoding, and that's one of the things I was wondering is, are you working on implementing that? Is the thing that you're pushing on? Is that something that you're handheld from or stopped from doing that because of, your back end? I know Twitch was trying to do that. They made a claim a couple of years ago that they were going to roll it out. Never happened. We know that YouTube supports it. It is cheaper as far as I know because it is not dealing with, it doesn't have the same licensing fees as doing any other type of encoding methods. And that's something that I would love to see more in the streaming space. Saves a shitload of money, faster, better. From those who don't know, you can actually do a 1080p stream at 60 FPS, and with the same bandwidth, you can do a 4K stream at 60 FPS on AV1 encoding, and that's future shit. Like, it's actually wild. And with that in mind, also, you guys don't have 2K streaming, I found, either. I tried to stream to 2K, and it just went to a black screen and exploded. So, any comments on any of that?
So yeah, just I'll rush through that all. So AV1 encoding, so that there would be contingent on our video partner, which is IVS at this point in time. So we would rely on them to offer that up to us. Currently, though, in terms of cost, the biggest cost for us is not so much the encoding or the ingestion; it's the output, right? It's the output. So a fraction of our cost goes towards the encoding side. It is how we say distribute that to the viewers. So there is only a small upside to that. Of course, it's still very much tangible. So it's something to look into. I believe right now it's not a major focus, but I think with that being said, though, like you mentioned, of course, even from the streamer side, suddenly the bandwidth required to even go live and start, streaming into 2K is great. But then we face the problem of going, hold on a second, 2K is going to cost us approximately like 1.5 or 1.7 times more money on the output. So whilst it may be the same for the streamer on the input, the output actually ends up coming out to being, nearly double the cost. And we kind of look at that and go, okay, do we want to say spend all that money on giving people 2K, or do we want to spend that money on giving people high KPP, for example, right? Or giving people, better sub splits or whatever it could be, right? So I think the 2K cost for us is currently not really worth it. Same with 4K. I think, people, it's something where we're open to if there was enough demand, but right now the costs, I don't think personally, and I think I speak on behalf of Kick when I say this too, it outweigh the benefits. So we're sort of steering clear of that right now. But coming back to the AV side, I think if the right opportunity arises, certainly I think would give it a crack. But it is very contingent on our video partner, which is at this point in time IVS.
Okay. And I think we're almost out of time, so I'm going to give you maybe one or two more. Where do you draw the line between free speech and platform responsibility? And how do you compare that with how Twitch is moderated?
Yeah. No, well, I think when it comes to free speech, right, people sometimes look at free speech and they use it as like almost this opportunity to basically go about sort of hate speech or just breaking the law, right? I think there's a difference between breaking the law and just direct and blatant hate speech and free speech, right? Free speech means, okay, I want to have this opinion over here and speak freely about X and not, lead to sort of, ramifications. Then there's of course just blatant illegal activity which needs to be moderated. So, the way that we look at this is that, we come from a slightly different. I use the example that down in Australia as well, like people and staff are not as say political, not as for example.
Dude, I love my Australian viewers. Trust me, it's nice. It's like super nice.
Don't get me wrong. Australia, we have politics, but it's not like the US where everyone. At the end of the day, and so let me go back even further. Right, at the end of the day, a company is the cumulative. The accumulation of all its stuff, right? The staff end up driving the moderation. Like at the end of the day, it's the collective opinion of a lot of people. And we've seen firsthand that you can have individuals in the business that can have a huge influence on moderation, right? We've seen this firsthand already. But the good thing about Kick is we are very much removed from this crazy political landscape of say the US, and our members of staff don't have specific views against people for having a specific political agenda or having an opinion on a certain situation. We're just different in that sense, right? So I think on the back of that, I think we naturally have this sort of free speech in the sense that people aren't going to go, oh, we're going to, remove this person's discoverability because they're talking about a certain thing, or we're going to hurt their earnings because of that. There isn't that angle, right? But in terms of the platform's responsibility, the platform has a responsibility, right? We've been in the news. We've had negative, adverse media consistently for having too lax moderation, and we've adapted. We've constantly adapted. We've had to learn where to draw the line. I think, we've been on both sides of being, I think, too strict and actually too lenient. And I think after, 3.5 years, we're in a really good position where we've sort of figured out what our identity is, what we want to allow, what we don't want to allow. But, the platform does have a major responsibility, right? At the end of the day, you're dealing with real human beings who are easily influenced, who are Also, sometimes out and about live streaming certain situations which could endanger them. There's so many things at play, right? And the platform has a responsibility. The platform does. And at the end of the day, we are going to be judged on that, not only by the people who stream on Kick, not only our employees, our staff, but also the broader, world, right? So I think, we're constantly adapting. I think at the same time, we do have a stance which I think is correct. I think we've found that sort of happy medium between that being too strict and being too relaxed, but at that same time, things change as well. The world changes, our responsibilities, our requirements also change with new laws and regulations coming in. So it's long answer short, it's evolving always, right? But we're not going to sit back and go, we're free speech and we're going to do nothing, because that's not how we operate. We have a massive moderation team now of nearly 100 people, which is, that's something we don't, skim on resources on or try to keep lean. We take that super serious.
That makes sense. And you were talking about regulations there. Like, how do you guys mitigate regulatory risk? Because that's one of the things that some of my community have said is they can't even watch Kick in their country because of the association with online gambling content, because of that regulatory risk there. How do you guys mitigate that going forward?
Which countries specifically?
I believe in this case it was Germany. I'd have to ask again to find out who from the community was.
Germany, not Germany.
Might not have been Germany. Okay, I'll ask them. Don't quote me on that. I know there were some people that are like, I can't watch this in my country because
we're up.
So one of the most important maybe they were things we look out for. Yeah,
could have been that.
ISP blocking. ISP blocking. We to be very early on, we were blocked by Greece for that very reason.
Okay.
We got unblocked. We fixed that up. That was a problem early days. At the moment, we're currently blocked in 2 countries. I believe it is. No, we're not blocked in Turkey. I believe it is Uzbekistan and Iraq. They're the 2 countries we're banned in.
Okay, that's interesting. Actually,
and we're working on getting those ones unblocked. But their political system and the regulator there is a little bit difficult to work with, to say the least.
People in chat are saying they can watch from Greece now. It might have been from Greece. It might have been from that, because this may have been old information, because I was, we hadn't talked about Kick in a long time. People were like, oh, I can't watch. It's banned in my country. So I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll talk about that. But no, if you guys have gotten unblocked in all those countries, that's actually really interesting. And mitigating that risk is a big deal.
So, for example, in Germany, you can't watch the slot section, right? So we've blocked the slot section in Germany, France, I believe, as well, Belgium. There's a bunch of countries, like pools and hot tubs are banned in Jordan. They're banned in Kuwait. There's a whole bunch of there's a lot of categories that we've had to work with these regulators on. They're like, nah, we don't like this, we don't like that. We're like, all right, sweet. We respect your rules, we respect your regulations, because we don't want to get ISP blocked, because if we get ISP blocked, then you, for example, if you got viewers from there, you lose those viewers.
You lose,
and that's the worst thing that can happen, right? So we put making sure that we work with these, regulators, these countries, very much top of mind.
Yeah, we actually saw the same thing with Russia, because we actually have a number of people, because I stream 12 hours a day, man. I stream from midnight till noon, right? 6 days a week. And that covers all of Europe, South America, hits Australia, hits people in Russia. And suddenly people in Russia can't get ads anymore. And we saw that hit. We're like, whoa, that's because that's regulations and everything that goes through, and changing global economy stuff and changing geopolitical situations do absolutely impact streams immediately. So it is interesting to know that you guys have the tooling to turn off specific categories to stay unblocked in those countries. That's a big deal, actually.
Wait, so just to understand, you ads could no longer be served to say Russia?
Yeah, we don't get any, all of our Russian viewers, they're like, I don't get ads anymore. They haven't had ads in years, man. Yep. It's a whole thing. Because advertisers are like, well, we're just not doing that, So we saw that pretty immediately. It was very interesting to see. And any one of our community members who's from Russia is like, I've never gotten an ad in your channel.
Okay, of course, that makes perfect sense. I'm surprised that there's still so much emphasis on that Russian demographic, though. Over, I guess you're talking about Twitch, right?
Yeah, on Twitch. Actually, someone in chat just said, yes, can confirm no ads, because they're from the region. It's pretty, because Russia's a big place. There's a lot going on there, but it's very interesting to see that how quickly you can see that if you're paying attention to the analytics to see what's going on. Because I think our community is between 4 and 8% viewership from Russia, which is interesting, and it's mostly just because of time zones. I'm streaming such a large time zone.
You got 4 to 8% Russian streaming.
Dude, I've got
that's interesting.
36% US, even though I'm a US streamer, because I stream midnight till noon US. Like that's the biggest thing is it's a very global kind of community between that.
That's what you want to have. I think global communities
nice.
are by far and away the best communities, because at that point you're not like, too sort of, hung, tied with a certain way of running your content. It's good. It's healthy. It's healthy.
Yeah, the goblins are powerful and they're all over the world. It's terrifying. But yeah, I think that's about it. I've taken you way over time. I think the only other thing that I'm wondering is, are you guys going to be adding anything like extension support? Can we expect overlays on Kick, anything like that? I like to build out tools. We have a number of them on our different streams. Like I have all kinds of stuff that I've already built for the stream on Kick already, but it's mostly through StreamerBot. So you guys have an API. The API is really good. It just needs more adoption, I found, with third-party tooling. That's the only thing with that. I'm gonna be pushing on StreamerBot to be like, hey, can you add this? Because they have an endpoint for it, like all that stuff, because that's what I use, And custom overlays would be a huge deal. Like we actually have an extension on Twitch for the ferrets that allows you to click on it and see every single one of them with a mugshot, links up to our wiki. It's all dynamically pulled from there and everything like that. And you can learn all about them. And like, I can't do any of that stuff on Kick right now,
Yeah, no, I wish I had more definitive answers around that in terms of timelines of getting there. We slightly deprioritize the initiative around sort of extensions in the way that you kind of explained them just then. The public API is something that also requires a little bit more work. We've got a long way to go there. We just sort of the resource allocation and how we prioritize is ongoing. But I think one thing that by far and away Twitch does such a great job at is empowering developers. I know they really always, whenever they release any sort of feature, endpoint, whatever, right? It's always like, okay, first party API, third party API, how do these work, So they're doing like an amazing job there. We have a long way to go there. There's no doubt about it, but getting that sorted and giving people that same level of flexibility. At the end of the day, you kind of think about it, like you've got your channel and then, that channel is how you sort of speak to your consumers, which is your audience, right? And adding in very simple things, just like, overlays and these sort of extensions allows you to do so much more, right? And what we're doing is essentially offering an inferior product, right?
Yeah.
I wish I could give some kind of date, but we are fully aware of how important it is to be able to give creators all the tools to be able to, whether it's monetize or just give people a good experience. And I think also that you can go a bit further, right? The one thing that, and I've spoken a bit about this before, is because Kick is a little bit more open to sharing, say, more data and being a little bit more, giving people more access to, say, the canvas and doing more cool things. Like right now, I know that YouTube and Twitch are very restrictive in what you can and can't do, but there is so many things you can do in terms of offering creators the opportunity to build on top of the live stream as well. And I think, when you start to let your guard down a little bit because maybe you're not as, say, protective around what people can and can't do, I think there's so much more opportunity to really expand and do even more stuff. So anyway, we've ideated a little bit around this, and I think the opportunities are super exciting. And similar to how we sort of entered the industry and we're like, oh, we're going to offer, say, 95.5 and undercut on that. Like, I think we can do stuff in that regard too. But again, for now, it's just words. And I think we started this conversation talking about actions, not words. So let us show those actions, but hear you loud and clear on that. We're gonna get that across the line at some point for sure.
No, that's awesome. My chat is gonna flame me alive if I don't say something. Your guys' channel point redemptions have a text cap limit of 100 characters, and Twitch has a text cap limit of 500 characters. And I do TTS through my channel points. Is there any way we could get that changed? Because it's so restrictive. They're losing it asking about this. They're freaking out.
Let me get that changed right now. That's a variable. We're gonna get that done.
It's it's a super easy one too. Yeah, that's rocking, dude. Yeah, because they try to like send messages and all the times and they just can't. It's a 100 character limit. Chat is freaking out now. They're losing their minds.
Chat limit.
Yeah, it's been like the biggest meme because they're like, why is it only 100 characters? What the hell?
So I'm just typing this one up right now to make sure we get it.
Hey, Pirate, while he's doing that, one thing I want to make you aware of, you might already be aware of it, but all this talk about like casino and tubs and demonetization, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Very early on, we implemented a kind of a toggle system where you can hide casino, you can hide pools. It's in your creator dashboard.
No way.
So if you go into your settings, and if you go into your settings, you can choose to hide casino. The entire experience is no casino. We've had this, I want to say, about 2 years now.
I didn't know about that. That's actually cool.
Hot tubs, and if you want to hide VR chat, you can do that as well.
I actually, I love that you could.
Thing that helped.
I love you can hide hot tubs too, though. That's really funny, dude.
And VR chat.
No, that's super interesting. I didn't know that.
Nothing against those feature way earlier than like any other platform, right? I remember at the time it was probably one of the most well received updates Kick has ever done, and it was one of the simplest things, right? It was so simple. Yeah. And I guess it probably helped sort of signal that, hey, like Kick is serious about content outside of gambling, which at that point in time was a really, really big issue as well. But yeah, some people don't know that. I guess, to be fair, it is kind of hidden away. Probably need to make that more like visible and more like easier for people to find as well, because if you don't know about that. But just so, yeah, that 500 characters, expect that to be sorted. That there is quite literally, I'll be careful saying it's one line of code. It could be more, but I'm hoping it's just a variable which requires changing.
No, that's really awesome. Thank you for doing that, actually, because that's something that they've been talking about a lot. Because I do TTS, and the way that I set it up is all through StreamerBot. I have this gigantic thing. If you haven't seen it before, it basically puts everything into a queue. I press a button, it pops it out, but it also does a hook to Discord. So everyone's message gets saved. All those messages then go to, they have a link back to the actual stream and show like where it was, so they can go and pick it back up later. And if I don't answer that TTS by the end of the stream and it costs them money, either through kicks, bits, anything like that, I don't deserve the money, so don't keep it. We actually give it to charity, and I posted all the charity logs in there. We've actually given $66,000 to charity through that system since I implemented it about two and a half years ago. And it's just an ongoing thing. It's like, I didn't answer it. I don't keep the money because I can't.
Gee, okay.
It's red. Yeah, it's super good. So that's why they're so adamant about it. It's like, it's a very serious deal for them, yeah.
Yeah, I can see why, 100 characters probably doesn't allow people to ask. You know what? I think we one up that. We just go 1,000, no? Yeah?
If you did 1,000, it would be so low. Do 501, dude. do the penny win. Do you do 500? 501. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, a little bit high. I think we also worked with you on emotes, right? I think you helped us with like a few changes where we're like, hold on, like, why are we restricting emotes this much? Like, to be fair, there was no reason. I think we got that fixed up too. So this kind of feedback is just super helpful, right? It's sometimes these small things and these arbitrary limits which exist, which again, I don't think anyone had any real intent behind setting, but it's
just more like throw it in, figure it out.
Why not give people more freedom? Why not allow people more emotes? Why not allow people more, characters when they're redeeming channel points? Like, it's just simple things which go so far, and you don't really understand unless you're in the depth of live streaming like you are, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, is I think it was one of the first things I brought up is I only have emote slots for 60, and then my channel had 60, and I'm like one of the biggest things about emotes is that your community uses them everywhere on the platform, and like, I have over 100 emotes. So I was like, what do I do with these, man? Now I have to pick and choose between them. But no, that's really cool to hear you guys are doing stuff with that, because like, just having 500 emotes versus 100 emotes, I know that's at scale, that's a lot of extra images to store. But if you can swing it and you give people more options with that, I don't ever think that's a bad thing, man. Like, giving people as much as they can for that kind of stuff, just build culture
themselves. Chat. It makes chat move, man. Yeah.
Yep.
I think emote culture and you can't even put a price tag on that side. I think it's something we're working on a lot is at the end of the day, the video side of live streaming is, it's very much a solved problem. Chat's kind of a solved problem, but it's like how you allow people to interact with the chat. And I think, that sense of identity, that sense of how you build out the ability for people to create these communities through sort of, and emotes brings that all together, right? It's such a massive part, and we got some really cool stuff that we're working on around sort of enhancing that community side of Kick and working through the sort of the chat component to whether it sort of be sort of the way your identity is shown or how you have access to certain emotes as well. I think it's it's one of the most special parts of live streaming that sort of makes it really unique. And we got some really cool stuff coming on this. I can't speak to right now, but super, super, super exciting. I think all this feedback that you have along the way would be massively helpful, because I know you got direct contact with a whole bunch of our team, and anything you put forward obviously gets looked
thanks,
into.
man.
Same with anyone. I think you mentioned that before as well. Like, everyone gets treated very much equally. Like, that's every request at some point makes its way to our team, which is really, really important.
Yeah, I mean, with that in mind, have you guys ever thought about looking into building a system like what Twitch has with user voice, right? Like, user voice was how we got the software and game development category made on Twitch, by like putting it up there, campaigning for it. All these people voted on it, and they made it. It moves slower than it used to, and I think it's because after the layoffs, they don't really have a lot of staff devoted to it. They still do listen to it, and that is a big risk with that, if like having things just disappear into a mire of questions there. But do you like that kind of approach? Do you think it's too corporate? Do you rather just kind of do it just by word of mouth, like what we're doing here? Like, how do you feel about collecting and acting on that user feedback? What is the best method, do you think?
Yeah, we've brought this up a few times. I think sometimes the best feedback that we receive is direct from creators, right? When you get true qualitative feedback that it comes in like, I think when you ask people for feedback, you get a lot of feedback, right? And then with a lot of feedback comes sometimes a lot of noise as well. But I think we've got a partners team. They're very much in consistent communication with all of the creators that we work with, and I think being able to bubble up those common threads are really important. Say opening it up to absolutely everyone, I think, is a great idea. I don't think it's ever going to hurt. But you're right. Suddenly it feels like you're almost ignoring people, right? Because people just end up shouting into the void, and it doesn't get prioritized. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why things don't get prioritized. There's probably very, very well. There's a whole myriad of reasons how you choose to say develop out something, and how you choose to maybe pass on other things. I think there's a way to make it work. Honestly, I think there is a way to make it work. But we do conduct user research constantly. That's a big part of how we make decisions, and it's a big part of how we make data-driven decisions on what we build, and that's important. Like, I think a lot of people here probably have received emails from Kick asking very basic questions, which seem silly, but actually really help us make the right decisions. But yeah, maybe building out something more formal, such as sort of the user voice approach, could help. I don't believe in the idea of bad data, bad signals. I think it's only positive. The only downside is that people can sometimes feel like, wow, Kick isn't doing this, even though there's all this feedback here. But it's sometimes hard for us to kind of express why we've chosen to maybe not go with that approach. But yeah, I don't know. What's your opinion of it? You think it's quite helpful?
I actually thought user voice was really, really good when it's staffed. I think that's always the biggest danger, is do you have the manpower to staff it? And that is a manpower cost, no matter what it is. But being able to take in all that feedback and be like, hey, this is why we're doing this. This is why we're not doing this. Hey, you brought something up that's good here. Hey, you brought something up that doesn't really fit here. All of that is really good, but you are opening up, the cost of extra staff to maintain and manage that, and like work with your engineering teams to implement or not implement something. We have seen some really positive stuff from it, though. Like I said, software and game development wouldn't exist without it. That was something that they originally had. They deleted the category, and I put up all this analytics to be like, guys, put this back on here. Like, we don't have anywhere to stream, like all this. I had to stream in what was called science and tech for like 2 years. And it was weed growing streams and chicken cams. And that was the whole category, dude. Like, it was, and like a couple of guys streaming like volcanoes and shit. Like, that was it. And it was awful. And then now there's this software and game development category, and that exists because of that user voice system. So I know it can have a lot of impact, and it's mostly just like, if you don't have a voice and you can put it up there and a lot of people resonate with it, the platform can see something they otherwise wouldn't notice, and that can be useful. But again, it's really just about manpower. It's like, is this valuable, or is it a distraction? Right? Really is what it comes down to.
I think it's also about like who's reading the data. Is the people who are receiving this stuff reading the data, are they experienced enough in the live streaming space to know what decisions to make? From my experience working at Amazon, sometimes I would be like, why is this dude who just moved over from the Alexa team making these decisions on this? This person knows absolutely nothing about live streaming. The other thing I just want to point out is that Kick Talk has amazing resource for that same idea that you're talking about.
Yeah.
You are probably the first guest that we've had on in about 7 or 8 episodes. It's been straight up just chat, getting grilled by chat, getting data from chat, getting feedback from chat. That's been the bulk of this, 2026 is just diving into chat. The other thing I'll say is we had a really successful straw poll that we did that prioritized about 20 different initiatives with chat. Mobile app was the number one priority that the chat wanted to see fixed. Number 2 is our data analytics dashboard, which is getting a revamp also. That came in at number 2.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, there's about 10 things that we're really focusing in on that we've handed over to our devs, that we've handed over to our moderation team. I think number 3 was people wanted a kind of like a super mod dashboard, one between creator dashboard and your typical mod. That way people can clip and edit and things of that nature pretty seamlessly. So to your point, KickTalk's become that kind of data mining show for us. And then the last thing I'll ask is, Eddie, how you doing on time, man? I know it's getting late over there. Just want to check in with you, man.
Sorry to keep you so long too. That's
No.
It's a good talk.
Maybe like if there's anything else, it's nearly a bit after 2 a.m. So it's pretty tired. But just on that data subject, I think like nowadays, like the coolest thing is, right, like obviously collecting data, analyzing data is easier than ever before. And like some of the initiatives that we have going to analyze data and make data informed decisions on product direction is amazing. Like even obviously just having the collection of every single chat message ever sent across channels, and then using like the likes of large data to go, okay, what is it the people actually really want to see right now, and how we analyze it. There's so many cool things you can do nowadays. Like things are moving so fast in that data world, where previously it was quite difficult and very specialized and took a lot of time. They're now becoming like very simple. Well, not very simple, but relatively simple to do. So like, I think, whilst we have Kick Talk here to grab like really qualitative feedback, there's so much other areas we have where there's quantitative feedback. And I think, ultimately it's easier to make decisions than ever before, informed decisions, but nothing will ever beat, no matter how much data you have, no matter how many, unique and fascinating ways you have to collect sort of information on what people want. I still think nothing beats having like a conversation like we're having right now, for example, or nothing will ever beat like, reading like a real-time chat message and asking them a follow-up question and having that sort of really qualitative component to sort of how people are truly feeling about the product. So it's, in terms of getting that direction that, Andrew's talking about before in terms of from the community and from Kick Talk, I think there's so many different ways of doing it, but it is about balancing the data heavy approach with that, human element as well, which is something we're very conscious of.
Honestly, man, I actually think the way that you guys are doing it is better. Like the more that I think about this, the more that you guys talk about it and what you use it for, using the Kick Talk for it, I think that's better than user voice, most definitely. And I think the reason why is user voice carries a bunch of concern of like you're not being heard or anything like that, or it doesn't matter. But you guys have a face-to-face conversation with people. You're right there getting grilled in front of chat. And I think that's something that is, you guys are doing that, and that is unique among the streaming space. I don't think you could get that experience on anyone else.
Grilled, man, grilled. We have no.
That's cool.
How many questions did we screen of yours? How many questions
None.
did you send over that we screened? None.
I didn't send you anything.
And so
that was the best part. I was like, I'm gonna ask some hard stuff. Bye.
Same thing. Chat is wide open, man. The only time you're probably going to get banned in this chat right now is if you're like consistently spamming bullshit. Like if you're just spamming things where the chat can't be read or we can't have a conversation, you're probably going to get banned. But you know what? You'll get banned, and then we'll answer the spammed question that you were spamming.
Yeah. No, I mean that makes sense, dude. But like, no, I didn't. You guys didn't screen anything, and that was it. And like, I'm pretty impressed with that. Like usually, like the way that I'm used to it is when you're talking to anyone who's an executive, you get everything is screened, everything is like really clean room. Like, don't do anything that's going to anger the investors, like or any of that stupid shit. And like, you didn't do any of it, so that's really cool to see. And I do think that the Kick Talks, continue them, like straight up. Like the best way that I could say with that is like, please keep doing that, because if you fall out of step with the community, streaming platform falls apart, and we've seen that time and again. Like every streamer has seen that with every other platform, is if they fall out of step with the community, they fall behind, they never catch back up. And I think that doing things like that keeps you there, man. Like it really, really does. And you're right. I think as much as I liked user voice for what it is, I think that works more for a corporate environment. I think it does. And I think having live streams fixes that problem in a better way. It's more work. It's definitely more work for you, but like, I think it is a better system overall.
I think there's more accountability too. You say you're going to do something, then, you know, suddenly you're like, okay, fuck, I said that live in front of, you know, how many other people, and it has held us accountable. I think even looking back at some of the very early Kick talks where we said, okay, we're going to do X, we're going to do Y, we're going to do this. And, you know, there's very few things we haven't done, right? Even like simply saying to people, hey, look, we're not going to be removing KPP. Because when we first launched KPP, for example, everyone was like, wow, you guys are going to remove it. Like, no, we're going to keep this around. But people were like, oh, you're going to remove the 95.5 subsplit. We're like, no, we're going to keep that around. Simple statements like this and, you know, doing it live versus say, you know, loosely deflecting in a way that you can write up a very, very politically or, a very delicately worded response on say, user voice, it's very different, right? I think being put on the spot and being forced to make a decision in the here and now is really good, because making decisions, you know, being held accountable is, you know, super important nowadays where that's kind of a diminishing thing. And I think, you know, to your point before, we're fortunate we don't have like a whole set of investors are constantly breathing down our necks. We got that autonomy to kind of just do what's best for live streaming, do what's best for what we think at least is best for the community and for the creators that believe in us. So, you know, it's a very different lay of land compared to the competition out there, which I think is our kind of secret weapon, and why I'm, you know, especially confident in our ability to eventually, you know, continue to grow and maybe become the largest in the space, right? Because we have a level of flexibility to the extent we can just sit here and talk to you openly, and yeah, maybe we'll say the wrong thing and you know, could get a negative clip made out of it, but fuck, what is it going to matter 2 days from now? It's whatever. So, you know, we've just got that flexibility, that agility, that ability to move fast, and we're going to keep on leaning into that. And I think, you know, stay close to the community and speak openly and candidly with people. I think it's, to your point, we don't want to lose touch, because I know exactly what you mean. It's so easy to lose touch as
it is.
Leaders of a company, or as you know, businesses behind platforms. It doesn't matter, right? There is so many opportunities to become disconnected from your customer, disconnected from your end user, and you know, that's our mission, not to become like that. And I don't see that slipping away for even a moment.
Yeah, no, that's really cool, man. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, is you guys have changed quite a bit in the last 8 months, and surprised the hell out of me. Was not on my 2026 bingo card. You guys are doing a good job. I think you're going the right
It
direction.
wasn't me either when I heard you coming over. I'm like,
I was like, all right, you guys are doing it.
This is awesome.
I was actually talking to one of your guys' support staff when they were like one of the guys who reached out to me, one of the partner guys, and he was like, do you want to like talk to us? And I was like, here's a bunch of questions. I'm grilling you now. And he answered everything like really, really well. And I was like, all right, okay, we'll put the ferrets on there first and see what's up and see if all of this is true. And if it's true, then I'll go on April 1st, because I think that's probably the funniest day to do it. So I've been multi-streaming on Kick since April Fool's Day, man. Like, it's the longest running April Fool's joke, though.
Okay. Yeah, you probably would have had me, because I must say, we're talking about bingo cards. You know, I think as one of the most viral critics of ours, I think there was like one of your reels which must have got like, I don't even know, tens of millions of views. I'm not sure exactly the number, but yeah, it was not expected. But I'm glad it worked out, and we addressed those concerns that you spoke about really early on. I think even just hearing those exact concerns, the way you articulated it, and sort of your thought process in making that sort of mental decision on kind of how and why to choose Kick, I think that was super valuable information. Like hearing you like mention exactly those sort of three sort of reasons as to why you moved, I think that just goes to show we need to double down on some of those decisions and make sure that people understand that, because anyway, I digress a bit, but you know, cool, again, thank you so much for coming here to Kick. I hope you continue to have a positive experience. We're here to help, we're here to listen, we're here to gather feedback, and you know, also just coming on Kick Talk, because we've wanted to have you on for a long time, and you know, appreciate you asking a few hard questions. I think, you know, you could have been much harder, but
I've got more for another day, you know. But
we'll
no,
have you back
that's
on,
cool,
man.
Yeah,
We'll
rock
have
on.
you back
No, this
on,
is
and
oh, go for it.
this is great. Like, hey, chat real quick, just to plug Pirate Software a little. If you guys get a chance, go to ferret.live, where you can support the ferret rescue mission that's out of Washington State that Pirate Software runs. Also, if you're an indie developer in here, show.games, go drop your concept in there. Pirate Software will take a look at it, give you his honest opinion. But yeah, and drop them a follow too. Pirate Software is a amazing resource. If you are a new to streaming, or if you just want to see how streaming's done right, definitely give him a follow. But really excited to have you on, man. And I'll kick it to you and Eddie to have the last word, man. Really appreciate
That's
having
super
you
nice
on.
of you. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. Seriously.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure. Very insightful, and look forward to seeing you around Kick.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep streaming on it. I've actually had a really good experience. Like once we got our bot detection running, that was like the first thing I had to do. So, but that is the toughest thing to beat, man. That is always going to be so difficult.
I don't want to speak too soon, but 3-4 days ago we got some massive wins on that front. And we're going to wait to get see the final results, but some really, really big wins on some of the areas that we were struggling with. And I don't want to say anything because I might end up just jinxing it, but yeah, we got some massive breakthroughs there. So looking forward to not seeing as many complaints on that front as we've previously seen.
And for anyone out there who doesn't know, if you're like, why don't they just kill all the bots? It's a cat and mouse game. The mouse, who's the bots, they're always going to get an advantage for a little while. Then the cat, the platform's going to get an advantage, and they're going to be fighting that fight until the end of time, man. There's always ways around it. But if you guys are getting better at it, that's great. That's awesome. It's good to feel those wins, dude. So hell yeah.
I love that you know that. Yeah,
it's tough.
I think until you've tried to fight bots, I think everyone's like, get rid of the bots.
Dude,
like,
you can see them evolve in real time, dude. Like it's crazy. Like, all right, great.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah. They'll hit with like a whole bunch of bots. We had one the other day that was just wild, where it was using 0 space characters in between the words that it was using. So you can't see them. But now you have to put regex in to detect them because it looks like a normal word, but there's actually a ton of 0 width characters all throughout it. I'm like, God damn it, dude. It's just like super annoying. So you'll see, the regex fight, chat knows about it, but you'll see just crazy stuff in the botting world. If you actually start looking into it, it's nuts. So if you guys are interested out there, look into it because it's way deeper than just ban the guy,
I feel like, once we start talking about the bots, they end up going.
Yeah, it's true. They'll do it. There they are. They're getting banned on mine. Hell yeah.
Mine when you say, we got bodyguard under control, someone's going to come with like 50 bots.
Just hit him with it, They can hear you. They can smell it. Smell your fear.
They can.
But yeah. With all that out of the way.
It's cat and mouse. It's you get one step ahead and then you kind of get one step behind, but it's fun though. I must say it's one of the most. It's actually a lot of fun. Just some of the techniques, and it's an evolving problem. It's never solved, but we're gonna keep fighting that good fight. It's worth it.
Yeah, and with all of that out of the way, you go to bed, dude. It was wonderful being on here with you guys, and thank you very much. This was fun. This was really cool, and it actually answered a lot of the questions that I had, like for kind of the deeper way of how you feel about it. Because like the thing is knowing even just this, like the CEO, knowing what your vision is for the platform, to me right now is the most important thing, because the business will move in the direction of whatever your vision is, and I think you have a really cool outlook on this. I think it's a good one, and I think that what you guys are doing right now makes sense, and it's the first time it's made sense to me since Kick has appeared. So like you guys are doing it, and it seems it's going in a good direction, man. Like, any jokes and everything aside, I think you guys are doing a good job now. So it's awesome.
Thank you so much. No, it means a lot coming from you. Again, we're going to have obstacles to get past to kind of reach that vision. But I think the vision it's not complicated. It's not complicated. It's not some grand plan. It's just simply do best by creators, do best by viewers, and, make it make sense, right? And I believe we can. I don't think it's an impossible problem. There's a pathway forward. It can make sense. And I think it's just about perseverance for a bit. And again, it's on a really great trajectory. And with the support of people like yourself, I see no world where we can't pull it off. So
rock on. Well, thank you very much.
And Pirate, appreciate coming on, and we'll hopefully be in touch. We're one message away if you need anything.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll definitely reach out. Thank you.
Awesome. All right.
See ya.
See you later.
Well, rock on. Dude, that was super. Oh. All right. Yeah, sounds good. I'll see you guys in a minute. Whoop. All right. Now that was cool. And I hope you guys enjoy that. We're going to turn that into a video. What? Oh, there we go. They wanted me to drop off the call. I thought they'd wanted me to mute and then talk about it later. But no. Honestly, dude, like that was super cool. I think it was actually rad. They did a really awesome job. I had a whole bunch of questions. I didn't know how much time we'd have, but he answered like about 70% of them, I would say. And the idea of getting that fixed right away like that for the channel points thing, I wonder how long that's going to take to implement. See, now we got him on the clock, right? Now we know, hey, they want to change this. How long does it take from brought up in Kick Talk to getting changed, right? Ed is more personable than you were expecting. Same. I've never talked to him before, and he's very personable. Awesome to talk to about stuff. Great interview. Liked it. Good. He didn't dodge, didn't vague answer. He didn't answer a question he wished had been asked. That was the first thing that I noticed is a lot of times CEOs or executives in general will try to reframe a question. You'll ask something, and they'll reframe it as a different question and then answer that question. And you're like, but that's not what I asked, man. And he didn't do that. And I would have called him on it if he did. So I was like, all right, well, cool. He's actually answering the shit I asked. Yeah. Yeah, if he couldn't answer, he'd just say so, like straight up. I didn't ask about wigs. That's true. Yeah. It was actually pretty straight up. It was. Yeah, it was really good. Can we ask the ugly baby question next time? Yeah, dude. I think next time it'll make the most sense because I think right now, like, we know with the baby is ugly a bit. Like, the mobile app is ugly. The ties to gambling content is ugly. Like, they know what the problems are. They know where the things are. Yeah, TTS limit change is nice. It is. It's a big deal. I think that's actually a really huge one. And I'm looking forward to seeing them change that because it's such a small thing, but it's impactful, you know, and it shows that they're willing to change these types of things and do some awesome job with that. And I think that's good. Partner managers just got back to me. They said, if Eddie's account is still banned on Twitch, then you would not want him live on your Twitch channel, as that would be assisting ban evasion. So I'm glad we didn't stream on Twitch, because that would have been bad. Yeah. So I just got confirmation that probably would have gotten me banned. Nice. Very nice. Yep. So that's funny as hell. But yeah. Let me see. There we go. Bullet dodged. Yeah. Now see, that's why I'm so careful about that shit, man. That is the reason. Yeah. No, super, super dangerous about that. Nice. Ban evasion? Ban evaded? Yeah. That's why we couldn't do it. What link would be generated to answer TTS if you could do a TTS now? What do you mean what link would be a... What do you mean what link would be generated to answer TTS if you could do TTS now? Incoming from Eddie? Oh, shit. Let me get this all set up. Boop. There we go. There we go. Now we got chat running. Now I can see everybody. Think they don't up their TDS limit to 1,000? Dude, I think they should do it to 501 just to be petty. I think it should just be that, right? Like, I feel like they should be like, oh, Twitch has 500? Let's do 501, right? I think it'd be so funny, dude. I think that's like the malicious compliance when we be like, 501, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, style on it, right? Like, that's the whole idea with that. That is the whole idea there, dude. I think that's really funny shit. Boop. There we go. That'd be the ultimate play. I think it's funny. I really do think it's funny. They should make it 777 characters. Yes, this is the way. Does this work? Yeah, I can read you, Rick Bar. I'm not on Twitch right now because Eddie is banned on Twitch. And I got confirmation from my partner manager that if I streamed him on there, I would be banned. So, like, that's not a good... I don't want to do that. That's a stupid thing to do. Yeah, because it'd be ban evasion. So I was like, I'm not doing it, man. I don't want to play with fire. I'm not interested. 7,000. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you guys for the raid. Hope you're having a good day. That was really fun, man. That was actually like a really cool talk. Welcome to Kick. Thanks. Yeah, no, I am blown away by how much they've changed in the last year, man. Like, they really have. And that is not easy to do. And most platforms would just fall over instead. Like, so, welcome to Kick, bro. What's up? Holy shit. Eddie, that is a wild amount of subs, my dude. That is outrageous. Thank you very much. Holy crap. 100 gifted subs from Eddie. Thank you, man. That is really nice of you. Seriously. That is incredibly nice of you, dude. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. But yeah, for all you guys who are wondering, the ferret rescue they were talking about, this is right here, ferrets.live, and I've got links up here for all the social media channels. You can actually go watch them on here. And all of the ad revenue and the Kick Partner Program revenue, all of that goes to it. You can see them live at any time. We've got a bunch of cameras in a bunch of different places. And the rescue building that we're building is 2,400 square feet. It's massive. So it's a whole building for it. In fact, I can pull up. Let me see if I have the thing. Whoop. We'll do this. The good old MS Paint, dude. Miss Paint herself. Do that. Let me actually grab up the schematics for it because we were showing them off the other day. I'm really excited about this because this is, dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. Buying a thing, easy. You just need the money or a loan. Building a thing is horrific. Like, it is, it is the longest, most horrible, awful thing imaginable. Like, it takes forever. And it's like, you just have to deal with the county and the law and like all of this shit the whole time. And it's terrifying, man. So that's what I've been doing for, I would say, about 8 months now. I think this has been like 8 months. We just had a thing the other day where we were like, oh yeah, we just got to get the health report into the county. And we've been doing this for so long that our old health report, they need it within a year. And we got ours like a year and 4 months ago. So we had to do it again. And I'm like, God damn it, man. Welcome to buildings. The nightmare is real. Okay, cool. I've got it here. Grabbing the PDF for this. Boop. Grab that. Take this. Zoom in on it over here. And I'm going to invert the color because it's really, really white. And then you're going to be blind if I don't. There we go. Put it on this. And then grab this and invert color. There we go. But yeah, this is actually the building that we're building out. So we've got 3 major rooms here that are 20 feet by 25 feet for each one of these. Yeah, bureaucracy's a nightmare, dude. Yeah, no flashbang for you. Don't worry. But it's 25 feet by 20 feet for each one of these rooms. We've got a kitchenette in here that's actually going to have like a sink in it and then a dishwasher so we can actually clean all the bowls and everything like that. Storage room full of food. Bathroom for this so we can actually wash them in there with basins and everything like that. And a floor wash as well. We'll probably put a hose hookup in there as well too because it helps a lot. Laundry room with 2 washers, 2 dryers because they use a lot. A medical room because we actually do on-site medical for all kinds of stuff. And a quarantine room for new arrivals because we have to put them in a quarantine for up to 2 weeks. They have so many communicable diseases between them. Like you have to quarantine. If you don't, it endangers the entire rescue. And right now we have 3 staff members. So Shay, and then we have Maddie, and we have Nova. And those 3 work all the time on there. And you'll see them on the stream. You know, you just see them going around. Right now, the rescue in total, the size is the size of one of these rooms. So we'll be increasing the size by 3 times. And that'll be it. It'll be massive, dude. Yeah. Rate limit? Are you getting rate limited? No. Where's the employee bathroom? That's just the bathroom right here. It's just like a closable door. So if an employee needs to use that, they can do it. And it's no big deal. It's a lockable door on all that stuff. You're building the most difficult thing, a medical facility. The partner that we have to the contracting for this, they only build medical facilities for animals. Like, they literally only build those. So, like, we have the best possible partner for this. Actually, the best possible partner. So, like, I'm I'm very happy about it because it's scary, dude. Like building this stuff is scary. Like especially because I'm out in the middle of a forest, dude. So like we have to deal with septic, we have to deal with like getting like power run to it, and like it's the scariest thing imaginable. Like it really is. But we'll get there, dude. What are you doing with the house ferret room afterwards? I don't know. I might turn it into a shitty movie theater, or I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. It's like a whole section of my house I've never been able to use. Like, it's going to be something, you know. I might stream in there from now on. I don't know. Dustable's room, maybe. Got solar with battery backup. So we're not having solar because I'm in Washington, where it rains 75% of the year. And that's just not a thing here, right? So, like, we'll have to figure out, you know, power stuff. Battery backup might be a good idea. Game room, D&D room, that'd be kind of sick. I'm a big D&D nerd, so. You like the idea of a movie room? Sounds like a great idea. Maybe. I mean, I'm not off my computer ever, right? You know, like, I'm just like sit on my computer all day, man. Yeah, we need a water wheel. Hell yeah. Let the Wigglers use the wheel. They have a wheel. They love running it. They love running on that wheel, man. Ghost Children room. It's so creepy. The Ghost Children room freaks me out, dude. Run some music. Boop. But no, that was a really cool talk, man. Like it really was. See if this all set up. Is this even working? It is working. There we go. Use the wheel to power the building. On it, dude. Be a mannequin room. What is wrong with you? There's a short on YouTube with the Wigglers and the wheel. Yeah, we put that up pretty recently. Pretty recently on that. Definitely streaming there so the ghost children can watch you. Yeah. But yeah, no, for everybody who's over on Twitch in the offline chat, I wasn't able to have this stream on Twitch because Eddie is banned. And it would be counted as ban evasion. And I reached out to my partner manager and he confirmed that, which is like, well, I would have been banned for that. So I just ended my Twitch stream and then started over here on Kick and YouTube because I ain't about to get banned. Because if I get banned, the rescue gets banned. Why do you get banned? Gambling content 5 years ago. No shit. Yeah. It's like, all right, man, I don't want to deal with that. That made me laugh. We know we're fine over here. Good. If I went back now, I'd have to restart the stream. Can I restart the stream? On ATOM multi-stream? Let me see. I'd have to add it. Let me see if we can add this. Add output. I need to add output for Twitch. Boop. There we go. Oh, I gotta go pull up my stream key. Great. Let me leak it live on stream. That's a great idea, right? It's a really good idea to leak your stream live, like your stream key live. This is the way, right? Okay, advanced settings, main encoder. We're good on that. Let's see if this works now. Twitch, you guys live? You guys good? Yeah? You are. Hey, welcome back. We're back now. You exist. I exist again. Incredible. Dodged a bullet. Dodged. Better change the title? True. Let me use my buttons. There, we got to set back to just chatting. Dad came back with the milk. It's true. Title has been changed. At least it should have been. Or it blew up. It probably... No, it worked. It worked. Let me see if it worked on YouTube, though. YouTube, it never works, man. Oh, no, it worked! Holy shit. It ironically worked. How many streams can you keep open on Kick? I don't know. So, real talk. I'm on a 3 gig up, 3 gig down business connection with a service level agreement. We can run as many streams out of this house as we want, right? You know, so, like, we're good. And that's why the ferrets are fine. Chat, restart your Twitch streams so you don't lose your stream streak. True. Finally can get off YouTube. Yeah. But no, I hope that was cool. I didn't expect it to be so candid. That's good. That's really nice and surprising to see. But I had a shitload of questions, so. It's funny too, because he had the grace to just let me keep asking shit even though he was like way over time. That was like super nice. Goodbye to you. It was a good interview. I'm glad. We'll get it all cut up and we'll put it up on YouTube after the fact, you know. Is there something like a hype train on Kick? There is not. That is only Twitch side. That is like a unique thing for their platform. which is interesting. Twitch is not 2K right now. It won't be for the rest of the stream, unfortunately. We also won't have closed caption working on Twitch for the rest of the stream. That is an issue with ATEM Multistream, which I reached out to Gregels about, who works on ATEM, and hopefully we can get that fixed. That'll be something we can actually do. Let me see. CC is working? Really? Well, all right. No problem, then. Welcome to Bezos's head. For those who don't know, whenever there's ads playing on Twitch, I only run 2 minutes of ads every 30 minutes. I just pause the stream. I don't want you losing content because you didn't pay me any money. You know, I think that sucks, and I don't want to do it. So I just wait. I'm just going to chill out. Yeah, 2 minutes every 30 minutes passes like nothing. I mean, I stream for 12 hours, so it's like one of those things of like, it's not that big a deal, right? Secretly talk to Kick during the ads on Twitch. I'm secretly talking to you. Are you posting the interview on YouTube later? Yes. In fact, I got to reach out to Shadelock right now, who's my editor. I'll be like, yo. Yeah, I'm letting them know the community loved to talk, and everything worked out really well. Let me grab Shadelock. Winter Me Shorts channel. God, I have too many channels. Yeah, I'm letting him know that it's not on Twitch because he's banned. Pirate Housing, no, this is for the ferret rescue, man. This is the building that we're making. These are the schematics for it. We've got the civil site plan is finished. They're rebuilding a new civil site plan for it because I made some changes. And we're just going to go from there. 340, let the streak continue. Whoa. Yeah. And this is the actual, like, general plan for the building. Is the idea. And we've got like safety glass you can see in each of the rooms and everything like this. You're maiming? Why you like this? Dude, those are great. No drugs, no alcohol? Not even coffee? Nope. I drink water, my dude. Yeah. Yeah, to be clear, I don't do drugs. I drink alcohol like once a year, and I drink like bamboo rum, which is like a pirate rum because it has nutmeg in it. It's delicious. And I'll have that like 4th of July, maybe New Year's. I drink Ovaltine, you know, like that's about it. It's not even like a moral obligation thing. I'm just, shit gets in the way for me. I don't want to deal with it, you know? Nothing's like a good beer. I'm allergic to hops. I'm literally always the designated driver because of that shit, dude. Like, I am the designated driver. I'm allergic to hops. There's nothing I can do about that, right? Dude is built wrong. Accurate. It's not even wrong, dude. Oh, the Japanese poka coffee? That's the one I'll drink. But there's one reason for that. Let me show you why. It's really funny. I need to show you this coffee. Who's never seen poka coffee, man? This shit is so funny. Like, I legit can't even handle this. This is Japanese poka coffee. And the only reason that I drink this is because of the fact... Let me pull this up. It's too good. So after He-Man Stop being a hero. He cut his hair and became a business executive, and that's literally the dude on the can. He's just He-Man with a business cut, dude. And I saw that, and I was like, I have to try that. It's even got the, like, one tooth, middle tooth thing. Like, I was like, all right. Like, this is over. The eyebrows are the same, all of it, dude. And I was like, I'm in. And it turned out to be really good. It's really sweet, though, but I like it. Makes me hyper as shit, and then I pass out. It's great. Because I just don't drink coffee, so. Do you have an OnlyFans? Bro. Fun fact. I do, but it's not what you think. Hold up. I'm going to show you something hilarious. So I like doing shit on April Fools every year. And I was like, what if this April Fool's I make an OnlyFans and then we fill it up with memes? And so, don't tell anyone about this. Don't tell anyone. This is secret. All right, this is secret only for chat. It's my Tasteful Nudes folder. Look how tasteful they are, man. Look at them. Look at them. Look at the names. So I tried to put these up there, and I was like, I'm going to do this. We're just going to fill it up with tasteful nudes. Yeah, for free, right? These are free. And they wouldn't approve my account. So there is an account on there with my name, with my logo, with no content on it, and it would never get approved. And like this was going to be the April Fools that year, and it just doesn't do it. I couldn't do. I know they're super funny, but these are all my nudes, dude. I know I leaked my nudes. Unfortunate, really unfortunate, bro. But like, no, that was the plan that year. They wouldn't do the damn thing. Yeah, don't look or look respectfully. You know, it is heartbreaking. It makes me really sad. There's some nice nudes. They are. Do zoom on it. It's too late. I had to get rid of them. People weren't looking respectfully, you know? Yeah, tasteful. Tasteful nudes. But nah, dude, it's like a whole thing. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of stuff over the years, doing crazy shit. But yeah, if you're wondering about the rescue, ferrets.live, awesome domain. You just find it there, and you can read all about us, what we do, everything that's going on. And I need to actually update this. This is when we technically broke ground. We did a geotechnical soil report. They had to find out where the glacial till was, which is where the dirt was piled on top of where the glaciers scraped over the land and made like a compressed soil thing. It's like a whole thing. Now I'll get banned for showing nudes. I know, right? Yeah, the dirt man came. The dirt man came, and then the pee-pee poo-poo man came, and he checked out the septic. And like, that was it. Compressed dirt rock, yeah. Yeah, W dirt, exactly. But no, it's good. It's good, because, like, that means the project's moving forward. But I've been doing this since March 2025. It has been a year. It has been building a building takes so long, dude. It takes so long to build a building, dude. It has been so long to build a building. But all this shit is done now. Everything on this list is finished. Which, we started that list in December, so. You mean to start building a building? Dude, we haven't even started building the building! Oh my god. I hope that's fast. It's not gonna be fast. It's a medical building, it is. It is a medical building, but like, damn, dude. Yeah, we've entered the state of eternal construction. And then suddenly it's there and done. When it's there and done, I'm probably gonna cry like a bitch. Like, there's no way, dude. Like, the moment it goes up and it's finished, I'm just gonna shit myself and cry. Like, like, what do you do at that point? It'll be like 2 years of everything, right? Yeah, Thor the Builder. I want to do time lapses of it too. Yeah, bitch crying on stream. That wouldn't be the first time. Have a crying pie. Shit yourself and cry in that order. Maybe the other order. Maybe both. You know? Yeah, no, it's just a lot, dude. I think it's also the scariest thing I've ever done because it's more expensive than anything I've ever done in my life. And that's horrifying, dude. That freaks me out. Don't you need a permit for medical waste? Actually, so this is kind of funny. We have a transfer station near us that takes sharps. No joke. And they take them for free. So I was like, great. So we just order sharps boxes, put all of our medical waste sharps material in there, and we're good to go. And it's not a big deal. Other medical waste, we actually have like services for it. It's not a big deal. But for the sharp shit, that's like 99% of your problems when you're dealing with that, because we have to give We have to give injections all the time. We have to run fluids all the time. We have to deal with stuff like insulinoma all the time, and it's a huge thing. Is Ferret Software a nonprofit? No, it's part of the main business. And the reason why is because I didn't want the perception of he takes money out of his left hand and puts it into his right hand and takes a tax break. Because I think that is like a super negative perception to have as a streamer, and I was like, I'm not doing it. We're just going to do this as part of the business. It'll be easy and clean, and everyone knows what's going on. And it worked. It worked great, you know. Collab with LTT to get Linus to paint the building. Dude, honestly, like, we're going to do all kinds of stuff once it's finished, and I'd love to have a bunch of streamers out. I want to invite Maya out to do that. She invited me out to the Albius Sanctuary, and I never was able to do it because I'm a shut-in that stays in his house, dude. If Thor gets smaller, I shrink constantly. Gross, a big wet spider. Great name, though. I still can't believe that Weird Champ on Kick is Linus. That's hilarious, dude. That's, like, actually ridiculous. That's really goddamn funny. Have Linus paint the building and build a PC, just because tradition. Is that a tradition thing? It's the dwarf wig, if I could talk, making him shrink. It probably is. You probably figured it out, dude. I can also do this. Now what are you going to do? Streamer's gone. Yeah, teach me the Kick lore. Why is Linus Weird Champ, dude? You stopped watching Twitch last year? Oh, it's not. No, it's good. That's where we're at. I'm happy with it. But welcome back to Twitch, man. Crappy's back. I've been here the whole time. Oh, that's weird. You're taking credit for all the Kick stuff? What does that even mean? Why are you doing that, Taffy? Yeah, I need to know. I need to know why it's like that. Hey, hello over on YouTube. Hope you're having a good day, man. Can you shout out my cat? Dude, shout out to your cat, man. I don't remember, Taffy. Taffy, you need to understand something. You know how chat is incapable of remembering something if it's not actively on stream? Like, if I'm like this, I'm dead, and now the streamer's back alive again? That's me with whatever you just said. It's just... gone. Gone. Literally gone. Thor in the background while you paint walls. Grats, dude. Enjoy your paint drying. Stop playing with my heart? No. He died for our entertainment. It's true. Speaking of entertainment, we should use the budget and show people that we have a green screen. It's really powerful. It's a very good piece of tech, I think. But I'll put it away before chat freaks out. Don't do it. Dude, we have to use the budget. If we don't use the budget, then we won't get more budget. That's how it works. Haven't you heard of government before? That's how it functions. Just use all of it, dude. Stop, you're taking from the orphans? Do you want the orphans to turn out like Batman? Let's be honest. Bunch of Lambo orphans, dude. Use all of it so you can ask for more? Exactly. We have to use every cent of the budget. How do you make a game? I got a resource for you. I made a website for you, and look, I updated it recently, and it doesn't look like shit anymore, because I spent the time. Wasn't the cam flip before? No. It's always been there, Zared. It's always been that direction. And Blanky, thank you for the rating party too. I hope you're having a wonderful day, man. But yeah, if you look on this for develop.games, like this is the website that I made for that. Yeah, it's all made for this. You can go read through this, learn a whole bunch of shit, learn stuff about like what skills are required. None, by the way. How to design your game. What do you need to do that? Like, what is the process for this? Go look at building a team. Where should you build a team? What tools should you use? How to finance it? How to market it? How to launch it? Where, right? And then if you go up to the top, we have a new website. First off, take part in game jams. Here you go. Next game jam is going to be in July. So it starts in 2 months. Go sign up for that. Not many people have signed up for this one yet. Go do it. And then the next one is show.games, which is the new domain that I just made, which has a developer sign up for you guys to get their games showcased. And you actually go see through all the games that we showcased this last time. They're up in the Steam creator page, so you can go in through this and see every game that we covered, and then also a YouTube link to go and see all of the games on there. Also, it's called Pigs now. Pirate Indie Game Show, which is great. Yeah. His shit was just auto AI generated. This is not AI generated. I make it in HTML and CSS, usually on stream, and I put a bunch of BRs in it because it makes people mad, and it's really funny. But yeah, it's not AI, dude. AI would not make it this bad. It's legit garbage HTML for the funny memes. Show them the centered div. I will show you the centered div. Do you think AI could center a div? Now what? Now what? Look at it go. Centered vertically and horizontally. My God. My God. It could never. That's my live website, so I have all my streams on there. What is this sorcery? Some bullshit that I put together because it's funny. Yeah, I'm definitely not AI, dude. It's not built by AI. I'm not an AI. I'm a real person. Obviously, like, that'd be ridiculous, man. Don't be ridiculous. That's insane. Why are you all laughing at me? How dare you? No, I'm not an AI. I'm not. We need to protect Sarah Connor. It's too late. Oh, man. He eats RAM? I don't eat RAM. I just have a bunch of it around my desk. Obviously just flexing, right? Obviously it's a non-profit, but you are not. Are you profiting? It all runs into the same business, so technically, but all of that money is segregated only for the ferrets. And I know it kind of comes down to trust me, bro, on that, right? But nonprofits also pay people and have employees, so it's not really any different from running that. The one thing is I don't get the same tax break opportunities by running it as an actual business instead of running it as a nonprofit. Yeah, nonprofit still profits and people still get paid, 100%. For me, I didn't want to have the perception of I'm running a nonprofit. He's just taking money from his left hand, putting it in his right, and taking a tax break. I want to deal with that. And this is allow us to do that while still, running something that's doing good in the world. And I'm happy with it. Yeah, nonprofit doesn't mean no pay. Yeah, it means no excess. Yeah. And to me, that's really dangerous. I've built up a coffer where if we have any dangers for the animals, we can just pay for it. And I can just immediately shift funds from my accounts to go pay for that as well. Overall, the rescue building cannot be built just from the revenue from the ads from the streams, because it's a massive expense. That's coming from me. I'm paying for that. And because it's not a nonprofit, I don't have to worry about any of the bullshit that you would have for transferring that money around. I'm quite happy with this. Yep. Yeah, no shareholders either. It's also, the corporation as a whole is an S-Corp, and it will never have shareholders. There are no investors. There's nothing like that. It is all owned by me. I have proof he eats RAM. Don't show them that. An S-tier corp? Yeah, dude. We are the shareholders? Technically, yeah. Did we interview Mr. Kickman yet? Yeah, I had to turn off the stream, which is why people are climbing back in now, because I wasn't able to stream it because he's banned on Twitch. No mysterious board. No, none of that bullshit. What about the board? Dude, god damn it. You cannot be on the board. There's no board. There will never be a board, dude. Oh, man. Oh, wait, we got TTS. By the way, if you haven't seen the TTS system, it's kind of unique.
on Kick with 500 kicks said, "Hey Thor, it's
What
Vax. To make a pirate wonder max TTS, then go to a different stream."
I guess that works. I guess you can do that, technically. Yeah, if you haven't seen the TTS system before, if I hit this button, it eats one.
Right_0 on Twitch said, "Does this work?"
It does. It just did. And then that goes into this, into our stream, or into the Discord. This is going to be broken, by the way. Yeah, to be clear, this was never made for this. It's set at 2 hours and 33 minutes. These links are going to not work right now. Like, these are super busted because I had the stream off while the stream was running on other platforms. This is not going to function right. Normally, you can click on this and will automatically take you to the other stream, or to the timestamp in which you were doing that. And it was never made to do what I did today. So, like, it's not resilient for that, and I need to find a way to get this to work, right? But the biggest thing with this is at the end of each stream, whenever I end the stream, it takes all the TTS messages that I didn't answer that are worth bits or super chats on YouTube or anything like that, and it calculates how much I owe, because chat paid money that I didn't actually do the TTS on. And all of that turns into, right here, you can see this. This is all the receipts for all of that being donated to charity. So through this system, we've given $66,805 to charity, and it's just because I failed at answering your messages, so I don't deserve the money. Like, straight up. However, it's in the negative right now, and the reason it's in the negative is because I overpaid during Sea-Dog's charity auction, and I bought William Osmond's skull. It was very expensive. Worth it, though, for charity. Yeah. Kick needs a system that works with your system so people can watch on their platform. Kick doesn't need to do that. I build it all inside of StreamerBot, which is this. Like, this tooling allows me to do that. All Kick has to do is apply API stuff, and then what they need on their end, they have to have the API endpoint, and then StreamerBot needs to have the connection to that to interact with it. And they do. StreamerBot is missing some of the API endpoint stuff from Kick, but they're adding stuff. So that's really what it comes down to. But this allows me to do this. And we can have everything set up through this. So if you look at, let's say, stream ads, like this is actually just detecting whenever Twitch runs ads, pops up this UI, you know, puts that all up there. And that's it. Yeah. And that's the whole deal. Yep. That's the whole deal with it. Screaming Robo Vacuum of Michael Reeves working now. It is not working, but it could work if I sit down and spend some time in it. What I'm going to do is after this stream, I'm going to take it down to my garage and put it on my work table. So that's one step closer to actually doing something with it. Eventually. Eventually it will happen. You are the board. Lower your objections. No, I will not. The board controls nothing.
Tectone's last brain cell on Kick with 500 kicks said feels like they want to sacrifice gross income to put back into the platform and streamers. Can't wait to see the future here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing to me is that seems like what they're doing. They're doing it as a way of doing growth. They are going to have to do a pivot at some point, and they know they're going to have to do a pivot after the talk there. It makes the complete sense. And I'm waiting to see how the community on Kick overall reacts to that pivot, man. Like, they're going to have to run ads. They talked about running ads. How do people accept that? How do they implement it? What does it feel like? Is it good? Is it shitty? Or do people reject the platform after it has ads? Like, you never really know how people are going to react until it's done, you know? And I think that's important. They already started banner ads, did they? Did they really? I'm interested to see also what kind of deals do they get for ads? How much of that do they pass down to streamers? How much do they take for themselves? Is the Kick Partner Program going to run at the same capacity? Like, do they have to change the objectives they have? Because no one's done it the way that they're doing it. Just like no one did it the way that Mixer did it, but Mixer kind of imploded, right? So, like, every platform tries to do it differently, and I hope that they succeed because we need more platforms competing with each other. Yeah. You're absolutely stunned by their claims of streaming costs? That is really interesting to me, to be honest with you. That is really interesting to me. And it makes me wonder, like, what is the actual cost of streaming? Because I can't know that. You can't know that. The only people who know that are executives running big platforms and getting the deals, right? So, like, you know, the only thing that I've seen is the, like using the tool, the calculator for that. That's the only thing that I can see on the outside of whatever those boardrooms are, right? So, like, I'm interested to know. And that's a dude on the inside of that saying it's not what you think. And then that's it, right? So, like, you know? And they can't really talk about it. No, they can't. My guess is that they're under NDA. Whenever they're doing deals like that, they can't talk about the exact numbers. They could just be like, you're full of shit, but I can't say why. You know, like, and that's interesting. To me, that's really interesting. Hype Train is Double Dragon here. Maybe I can implement my own version of the Hype Train for other platforms. Maybe I could just build it in StreamerBot. Sounds like a weekend project. I feel like I could do that. We'll see. Maybe I'll put it on the right side of the screen. So the left side. How many dice do you have? Yes. How many dice do I have in Dice Jail is the real question. Eternal Dice Jail.
SignFox10 on Twitch with 500 bits said you probably been asked if you seen the new trailer for the next expansion for FFXIV.
I did.
But did you see the FFXIV dev panel for FFX's FanFest?
No.
Also their stream and doing Twitch drop to test it. I even got a nice badge out of it.
Well, shit. I didn't know they were doing that. I did see that they're doing a very interesting crossover. And my only hope is that when you beat the raid, it just stops and goes, congratulations. and then every character claps. I'm very looking forward to this. It's gonna be really silly. So, yeah. If you know, you know. Don't worry about it. Dice should only be used once. Then go to the next dice. True. Congratulations. Oh my god, dude. Cute, a while ago. I update it every month, though, so if you're interested in it, just go check it out. If you don't like it, refund it. Get in the robot, eh? Yeah, get in the robot. Get in the robot. Get in the magic tech armor. I thought that was a shitpost. No, that's real. That crossover is actually happening, dude. I was like, what? Like, that's actually insane, dude. How many unique styles of dice do you have? I have a whole bunch of different ones. Like, I've got ones here that are actually Heartbound colored. So they're purple with gold inlet on all of those. And I like those ones quite a lot. I've got ones that I have that are like a fireball somewhere. They're used only for fire spells kind of shit. I'm a big dork, dude. I've got a bunch of shit. What's your favorite set or D20? Probably the fireball ones. Like, I like those a lot. These do look edible. They look like they have a flavor, right? I feel like dice need to look that way, though. How many trinkets do you have on your desk? A lot. I also have my pet rock on here. I keep him always close at hand, you know. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson should always be there for you, you know. Steadfast. Solid. Good pet rock. Do you have cheese dice? I don't. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, Dwayne, dude. He's right there. You still have it? Of course I still have it. What am I going to do with it? I also have Baron Harkonnen, dude. Like, I have all kinds of shit on my desk. I have stuff everywhere, dude. You cast Fireball, drink some Fireball whiskey? Yeah. Did you smell what The Rock is cooking? I did. I did. It's a good time, dude. Yeah, Twitch has closed captions. Lower your mic? No. No plans on that, acute. Not interested. At least you're perfectly normal hands. I do have perfectly normal hands. They are. And they've always been perfectly normal. So, thanks for calling them out. Raise your mic? I won't do it. Yeah. Fireball is good, but too much will give a mad hangover. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I knew where you're at. I don't know what you're talking about. Ugh. For some reason, I want to what Thor sees in Discord. Just a few images. No, you don't. My shit's a mess right now, dude. Yeah. My whole desk is just it's a bomb went off in here. I have all kinds of weird stuff, too. I have, like, seeds for carrots on my desk right now, because I'm gonna start growing some shit for the new season. I've got zucchinis, and I've got cucumbers, and I got carrots. I'm gonna start growing those. Because they're on my desk as a reminder of, like, get your ass in gear and go do that. And if I don't do it, then they're just gonna sit here haunting me, basically. Yeah. Welcome back. What happened? Oh, I had to end the stream because we had Kick's CEO on for an interview, but he's banned on Twitch. So I got confirmation from my partner manager that if I had him on Twitch, I'd be banned. Because it'd be counting as assisting ban evasion. And he's been banned on here for like 5 years. Yeah. So that's cool. But like I just ended the Twitch side of the stream and I was like, all right, cool, I guess. Yeah. How did no one know that? I didn't know he was banned. I had no clue. Yeah. I had no idea, man. What was he banned for? Gambling. He was doing a gambling stream. You moving to Kick? No. I'm multi-streaming. I don't think that doing a exclusive stream is a good idea in the way that platforms work today. I think that it limits you as a creator, and it is dangerous because you are cutting out parts of your community that can no longer engage with you or no longer wish to based on the platform that you're on. Let people watch you wherever they want to watch, right? It's just not a good thing. And no, you will never see a gambling stream from me. I am steadfastly against it. I'm a hardliner on gambling, dude. I am very against gambling. Entirely so. I hate that shit. And I'm even probably more hardcore about it than you would imagine. Like, I don't like booster packs for Magic the Gathering. I think they're loot boxes. And it's gambling to me. Like, I'm very against this shit, you know? Thor played Balatro and Racoin. Those aren't gambling. Like, I'm really hardline about that shit, so. Ever been to Vegas? I have. I have been to Vegas. I go almost every year for DEF CON, which is a hacking convention. I'm a giant nerd, so. What if it is? Then you go do it. I'm not doing it. Clip feature is broken. You should be able to refresh and see it over on Kick. Is that an emote of my face? Who made that? You just made that of me? That's hilarious, dude. Refresh fixes a lot, yeah. I have my war chest of D&D stuff right here, yeah. I want to play Lancer soon, though, man. Like, that's a big one for me. Is Lancer is like... it here. Yeah. Lancer. I want to play this really goddamn bad. DEF CON was canceled, dude. I know. Every year. It's very sad. Maybe one day we'll have it. But this... I'm excited as shit to play this. Mech Warrior streams win? Dude, that's what Lancer is. And, I didn't know this at the time, but my favorite webcomic is Kill 6 Billion Demons. And this was made by the same person. They did all the art for all of it, even like as well. All of this is done by them. We got ads. I'm gonna wait. And that, I immediately knew. I was like, that's the artist from Kill 6 Billion Demons. And I was like, oh shit, they made this. Blew me away. I had no idea. They also have made many other games. Many other tabletop RPGs. I'll actually show you another one that they made, which is really funny to me. I have to show you another tabletop RPG. Yeah, I'm going to show you Guafa, dude. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Pike. Feel free to put it up on Discord, man. What are you doing, bro? Waiting on ads. I paused for them. I don't want you to miss anything. I got them running over on Twitch side, so just wait. Gives the community a minute to chill out and wait. You're waiting for the Steam Lancer game? When the hell is that coming out? I want to play that. Greetings, Mr. Goblin Lord. Greetings. When will the YouTube video of the Kick CEO be available? I'm hoping soon. I hit up Shadelock and let them know. The turnaround is usually 2 to 3 days. Shadelock kicks ass. Awesome editor. They are on payroll. They do a great job. Well, they're on contract, rather. Because they're an international employee. You gonna try Damnation when it comes out? What the hell is that? Is it about beavers? Building dams? I can see it. Alright. Ads are over. But yeah, if you like Lancer, and you've seen the art on Lancer, which I'll show you here. This is Lancer. Big robot tabletop RPG. Very cool. Look at the art on that. That artist is Tom Bloom, who is the same artist from Kill 6 Billion Demons. But they also make other ridiculous shit, such as this tabletop RPG called Goblin with a Fat Ass. Not even a joke. That's what it's called. You are a group of ne'er-do-wells with one goal, to rob the richest person in town blind. Unfortunately, or fortunately for you, you are each a goblin with a fat ass. Which is probably the funniest thing I've ever seen, so it's just shitposts. It's shitposts all the way down. So enjoy that. It's called Guafa. Have this. I'm putting it in chat. Yeah, deeply hilarious shit, dude. Very goddamn funny. Enjoy. Yeah. But no, Lancer is cool as shit. I really want to play it. Yeah, Kill 6 Billion Demons is awesome, dude. Yeah. But no, he's a comic book author and a game designer. Makes awesome shit. Does a bunch of tabletop shit. Have you played Resident Evil? Not the new one. But I've played it in the past. Yeah, Guafa is hilarious, dude. Chat killed it. Wait, did you guys kill the website? Did itch.io protect itself and error out? You guys hugged it to death. God damn. It's free, by the way. Guafa is free. We did briefly. Nice. Talking about goblin butts? No. We're talking about Guafa. The highly acclaimed tabletop RPG. It's hilarious, dude. Damnation Kickstarter? When society collapsed, Damnation, a tabletop RPG. Is it beavers? Because that's immediately what I think of. Oh, it's not. Wait. Why is this art so familiar? This art reminds me of... God, what was that? What was that last one? That other Kickstarter? For D&D. Yeah, I don't know anything about this. This art looks really familiar to me. Like, really familiar. Oh, it's Luke Humphreys. Is that why? Is it actually... Did Luke Humphreys work on this? I watch his shit all the time. Did he actually? No shit. No shit, dude. No, that's really cool. I can't wait to see this then. I love his stuff on YouTube, man. It's his game. It's his Kickstarter. No way. Holy crap, dude. Well, I feel like it's done well, right? You know, $600,000 out of the 40,000 goal. I feel like it's done quite well. Yeah. That's completely insane. It's got 5 days to go, you know. You're about to go live in 3 minutes? Rock on, dude. 600 racks out of the gate. That's crazy. I didn't know. I had no idea he was doing this. That's a lot. Like, that's a lot, man. The book. Hardcover books like this are really cool. Yeah. That's really awesome. What a neat project, man. What is when society collapses? I love his art. It's so, like... It's just clean and sketchy at the same time a lot of the times. I just love it. I think it's super fun. Wooden minis is really interesting. Like, pop-up wooden minis? I think that's very cool. This is very kind of like Earthbound monsters, by the way. Like, these actually look very Earthbound in the way that they're portrayed here. Especially the duck, man. That's funny. That's funny as shit. You came to Kick Pirate? Yeah, I'm streaming on Kick as well. I started on April 1st because I thought it'd probably be the funniest day to start. And then people would be like, that's a meme. And then it wasn't a meme. Scarlet Skips? What is that, man? What? What the hell is this? Whoa. Oh, it's just like you're just doing jump rope. All right. You want to see a really weird game? I should say something I think is cool as shit. I'm going to show you this really cool indie game. Because I love finding indie games with, like, weird-ass art. Check this shit out. I want you to, like, really see this, because this is wild. See this sketchy design on all these? And, like, look at it animate as it goes, right? And it's all, like, sketchy. You'd think that's, like, a shader or a filter on the animation or anything like that. It's not. They physically embroidered every animation frame. And then took pictures. Literally the whole game. It's insane, dude. Like, it's actually one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And I'm like, that is so over the top and so absurd. Like, it blows me away, man. So, like, if you've never seen this, like, they've done an amazing job with this. And you can see there's that character that they were just embroidering there. And that's why it's got that kind of quality to it in every one of the animation frames. It just looks amazing. It's called Scarlet Deer Inn. I'll link this out to you guys, because I think it's really cool. And it's one of those rarities where you're like, holy shit, I've never seen anything like that. Yeah. There you go. You know, I think it's red. Yeah, it does look amazing. Character sheet literally made from embroidering. It's a literal character sheet. Yeah. Like, hand run like Cupboy or Cuphead. Yeah, it's not really like Cuphead. It's more like hand embroidered, right? Like, I don't even know what you do at that point. What? That's a weird one, Kiba. Boop.
Maze of War has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
Because I restarted the stream, we get a second curse quest. Maze of War. If you guys don't know, this is how I choose my VIPs over on Twitch, is they have to do a horrifying quest, and then chat votes for what they have to do. It's through a bunch of different categories of art, cooking, music, writing, or interpretive dance, which is always the funniest. Maze of War, are you there? Here you have 100 VIPs and 50 OGs. Yeah. I don't know how that works just yet. I don't even know what the OG is. But now you're one, Red. And Zagag, you as well. You're OGs now, dude. Have you always had long hair? No. When I worked for the government, they made me cut it.
Maze of War with interpretive dance.
All right, you got to choose any song from the harp. No, you have to choose this song from the Heartbound OST. You got to choose Yar music. You need to dance to this song, but to protect your identity on video, you have to wear a printout of my face. Yar music, dude. It's piracy music. It's good shit. So pull that up from the OST. It'll be up on YouTube. Good luck. And I'm so sorry. But yeah, no, I didn't always have long hair. I worked for the government for a while, and they lied to me, as the government does. And because I was working at the DOE, they said, oh, you're going to be around turbines sometimes. You got to cut your hair. It's a danger. You could die. And so I cut my hair short, and then I never saw a turbine the whole time I worked there. They were full of shit. They just wanted me to fall in line like everybody else. It's like, you son of a bitch. And I never cut my hair again. I never have. Yeah, government lies, dude. Don't believe them. I'm not a big fan of the government. Not even a little bit, dude. Yeah. The ferret music, or the ferret emote moves the Yar music. It does. Never believe the government. It's full of shit. And then I moved to a forest. Get away from the government. I still have to pay taxes, though. Yeah, short hair Thor. I was also fat then. I was 265 pounds. And I'm down to 185 now, so I feel pretty good about that. Although I gotta, like, probably work out because I'm a skinny rail slug man, you know? Was that job fun at the start? It was terrifying at the start, then it got really fun, and then it was, like, soul draining, I guess is the best way to put it. We had... I think the biggest thing that was weird was we had a big team. It was like 7 or 8 people, and 4 of them quit at the same time to go make their own security firm. And then my obligation, instead of flying 10 weeks a year, my boss went to me and he's like, hey, your new obligation is going to be flying 30 weeks a year. And I said, so you're going to pay me 3 times as much, right? And he was like, nah. And I was like, okay, well then, bye. Like, it's like, because I ain't doing that shit, dude. Like, flying 30 weeks out of the year? Like, no. Like, that's not happening, dude. No. So I quit. I quit right there. I was like, I'm not doing that. And I had no backup plan. I had none. And I was just streaming, and like we had like 20 average viewers at the time. It was very small. And I was like, shit, I don't know where I want to work. I'm going to take a week, because I'd never taken a week in my career of like just figure out what I want to do next. And I was like, I'm going to take a week and figure out what I want to do. And like 5 days into that, Jacksepticeye played our game on stream, and my community exploded. And then it all went away. It actually, everybody left. And it was because I was nervous, man. Like, I was a nervous nerd, and I didn't know how to carry a conversation or, like, talk to people. And I learned how to do that by watching insult comedians on YouTube. And, like, mimicking them and, like, learning how to, like, have a conversation like a person. Kixio banned. He's banned on Twitch, man. Yeah. Thought it was a dude from Team 4-Star. They've played it as well. That was their first big break. But Jacksepticeye did it, too. Yeah. What a thing to walk in on? Yeah, all right. Did you have to deal with barbecued copper thieves? I never had to, but one of our site visits did get canceled because of that. One of the biggest dangers to the infrastructure in the United States isn't a foreign nation, it's domestic copper thieves, which is terrifying. And those wires are live, so when they do them wrong, they turn into a crispy critter, dude. It's not good. It's never worth it. Don't mess with infrastructure. You will die. It's very bad. No, insult comedians. Miraccoon. Insult. Jesus. Like Carlin, man. What's the matter with you? Surprised they would practically be vaporized? Sometimes, yeah. I had a dude who was there that told me a joke of, like, they have different switches for different types of things on the line. Because they can tell how much resistance is on the line based on, like, what fell on the line that is, like, causing problems. And they have a squirrel switch, and they have a branch switch, and the squirrel switch is for small things to burn off, and the branch switch could be a person. You never know. But the first concern is to keep the power running, so they burn it off, whatever it is. And then they go from there. And it's like, ugh, freaks me out. Yeah, it really scares me, dude. Copper thieves made it to where you can't sell copper ingots. Fair, yeah. Yeah, don't mess with electricity, dude. It will kill you. It's like the scariest thing on the planet. It is very scary. Comedians insult, got it? No, it's like... I really like insult comics because they deal with hecklers. And when you're a streamer, you're gonna deal with hecklers. It's just how it works. And jeering back a little bit is funny, right? Like, I'll give you an example. Zoltralord in the community literally lives for that. He shows up, he talks some shit, and if I don't actually message, like, say something back to shit on him, he'll message me on Discord and be like, are you okay? Is everything all right? Like, he's actually concerned. Because he comes here to get shit on. Like, that's his whole... That's what he wants. He wants to be just, like, slapped. And, like, it's hilarious, dude. Think we can summon him? I mean, get enough McDonald's. You can do anything, right? He treats this place like Dick's Last Resort, if you've never heard of that. Like, that's the whole thing. If you've never heard of Dick's Last Resort, it's a restaurant here in the United States where you go there to get insulted. You'd be like, oh, I want a hamburger. And they're like, yeah, you do, fatty. And then they put a dunce cap on your head and make fun of you for the rest of the night. That's the whole idea. After Thor growing carrots, are you going to send some to Fireburb? Of course. I mean, that's why I have them. I know from our Guild Wars 2 guild that you need to collect as many carrots as possible and send them to Fireburb. So I decided to start doing that in real life. Yeah, that's why I have them. Yep. It's important. It's important. They want all of the carrots. I've learned this. Definitely not something that makes them deeply upset. Do you have some carrots? Dude, I'll have so many. You'll literally fly to Washington and scream in your ear, good luck. I'm in a forest. You're probably unable to reach me, right?
Conductory Rue on Kick said, hey Thor, your camera is out of place, and not all the way over to the right like usual. Yar heart.
I moved it physically because I kept, for whatever reason, migrating this way. It's streamer drift. That's what it is. Yeah. You were born and raised in a swamp in Florida. Alright. Alright, well it snows here. Good luck. Good luck. You'll freeze to death before you reach me. Yeah, you're not gonna have any humidity in this area, dude. You're gonna dry out and blow away. That's how that shit's gonna go. No on OBS? Is this screwed up on OBS? Oh, it is. What the hell? Why did that slide that way? That's weird. Nintendo streamer drift, yeah. Hailed the other week, though. It did. It actually hailed out here. It was tiny hail, but it hailed, and I was like, what the... Because I was at the supermarket at the time when it started. I was like, that's wild. No humidity in Washington. When it's dry, when it's cold, there's no humidity in the air. Like, when it snowed recently, it was dry as shit, dude. Because it has to be when it snows. It's very dry. And then every once in a while, you get freezing fog. And that's not fun. Yeah, too much. Yeah, hailed and then 2 days later it was 80
with $5
degrees.
Canadian said if you had to ask yourself a question in chat. But you are from the future, what would you ask? Also, how much for the demo?
How much? The demo is free. If I had to ask myself a question from the future, what would I ask? From the future? If I was asking me a question from the future, and I was in the future? Did the stream restart? Yeah, I had to. I had to earlier. Why are you like this is a pretty good one. That's true. I mean, I guess you could ask a question that would lead to, like, giga financial gain, right? Like, if you talk to yourself, like, 15 years ago, be like, why didn't you buy Bitcoin? Do it, right? Like, way back then when it was, like, a cent, you know? Did the hail look like this? What is this? What is this hail? I can't think of something I would ask myself. No. No, it was actually hard hail. It was just very tiny. Very small. Yeah, no, it wasn't soft like that. It was like solid little bits of ice in spheres. So actual hail. You had a huge hail? They were like this big, dude. They were so small. Typically softer. It wasn't soft. It was like hard little tiny balls of ice, you know? I'm trying to think, man. What the hell would I ask myself? Dude, I don't even know. In the because I won't know. I don't know what I'm going to know in the future. Right? You know, like, know anything at that point. Why didn't you invest in cryogenics, nerd? Now we'll never freeze ourselves until the end of time when the neuromancers travel to waste, right? Like, I don't freaking know. When do you finally accept Meatball as your pet? Never. He's Shay's cat, dude. Yeah, why'd you cut your hair, idiot? Exactly. Why do you wear wigs, dude? Hail is angry snow. Fair. Yeah, it's agreed. When will we wear wigs? True. I'm not owned by Meatball. He probably adopted me, though. Welcome back to the purple side. I'm on all sides now. On all platforms. We got purple, we got green, we got red. Choose your flavor, right? Thor's Meatball's spare human? That's not even wrong. Yeah. Not even wrong at all. Got that. Boop. There we go. When is orange? When will there be a platform that's orange? Yeah, Shoob, I just got rid of it immediately. So you can get Bitcoin in Tarkov? Wait, what? How? Is the client a miner or something? Like, how does that shit work, dude? Bulldog platform? Oh, Bulldog. It's so spicy. It's so spicy, dude. Oh, it's an in-game item. Okay. What do you do with it? You ever play Red Dead Redemption 2? No, I haven't yet. I've watched Cardboard Cowboy play it, though. Like, a lot. That about dropping 1,000 on Bitcoin, but you didn't trust it enough? Honestly, fair. I still don't trust that shit. I mined it back in the day. So, like, in the early days of Bitcoin, I ended up mining Bitcoin, and I have something like, it's like 1.2 or something like that. And the reason why I mined it is because it was nerd shit then. It wasn't about, like, money or like, changing the world or any of that stupid shit at the time. It was nerd shit. And I had ASIC miners that were USBs, and I would hook them up to a whole, like, USB rig. And then the last USB slot was a USB fan, and that was it. And, like, I was like, this is really cool. We're all nerds making a computer do nerd shit. And then I got an Antminer S9 back, like, after that, and I got really into it. And then one day it became too expensive to run it, and I just stopped doing it. And, like, I still have my wallet, and I still have it in there, but it's not like an investment thing for me. It's more like a this is kind of interesting sort of thing. And now it's turned into, like, crypto scams and, like, ripping people off and stupid bullshit. And it's not that, like, cool hardware nerd ass thing like it was back then, and I've just totally lost interest in it. Like, completely lost interest, man. But it was like dork shit then, man. Yeah, no, it's worth a shitload, but it's just sitting there for whenever, right? In Tarkov, you find physical Bitcoin in the world, but you can also set up a GPU farm to create it in your hideout. Its value to vendors is equal to IRL Bitcoin, or was. That's weird. That's actually amazing. No, that's actually really cool, man. You'll have enough crypto saved up to get the demo soon, I know, right? Emergency reserve Bitcoin. But yeah, no, I think at the time it was just neat, man. It was just, yeah, it's just turned into, like, unregulated money laundering scams, ripping people off, dumb bullshit, you know? It's kind of like when people tried to implement a whole bunch of, like, you know, blockchain into video games. And I'm like, that is not a good choice for video games. That doesn't make any goddamn sense because it's an immutable ledger, which is awful as a database. Like, you don't want to do that. That doesn't make any sense, like, literally at all. Because if somebody steals your game account and they drain all your, you know, all of your in-game gold or your items or anything like that, the devs can't help you get them back because they're gone. And an immutable ledger even means the admins can't change that. Your database, like, the database is screwed, you know. So, like, it's just really bad. You know, you work finance. Anytime an older person suddenly gets into crypto, you become concerned. You should, because usually it's them getting scammed. Almost always. My grandma almost got scammed last year. Someone called her and said that I had been arrested by California Highway Patrol or something like that. It was like a, not the police directly, but like a specialized police force. And she had to give them $10,000 immediately or she would never see me again. Like, I'd stay in jail forever. And she's 83. She panicked, man. She thought that it was real. She didn't call me first, and she went to the bank and was going to do everything, and they blocked her from doing it. And then she like talked to her neighbor, and her neighbor calmed her down and was like, "This is a scam. You're being scammed." Right? And that's like a really common problem. Like, that's not unique to her. Talk to your grandparents, man. If your grandparents are around, talk to them about this shit, because it's so easy to scam them with technology they don't understand. And now she knows if any of that ever happens, call me immediately. Like, call me immediately. And she knows when I stream, so she knows she probably can't get through to me at that time. Just wait until then. And they sat on the phone with her and, like, said, you can't hang up or this is going to happen. They prey on fear when they do that. They scared the shit out of your grandparent to try and get money out of him, man. It's grim. It's awful. So, like, best thing you can do is just talk to him. Same thing happened to your grandma? That's awful, man. It really is. When she talked to the police, too, they were like, yeah, this happened to a bunch of people. Can you give us all the information about the phone number and everything like that? And she wasn't the only one who got hit in that. But she didn't send the money, thankfully. And it wasn't because of me. It was because that neighbor was there when she was having a breakdown over it. And even though she was on the phone, she hung up the phone because the neighbor said, this is a scam. You need to hang up right now. Because she was too afraid to hang up the phone to call even me, you know. Because she thought if she hung up, I'd go to jail forever, which is outrageous, you know. Yeah, give the neighbor a gift, dude, 100%. I don't know who they are. She lives down in California, so she's pretty far. But she came up and visited recently, and she loved it. Yeah. Zoltralord is blue. Are you blue now? Why aren't you yellow anymore? God damn it. How am I supposed to know who you are in my chat? Oh, you're blue because you drank so many blue gas station ices? Honestly, Zoltralord, checks out. I believe that. Remember that time you almost died drinking only Red Bull for 3 days? I believe it. I believe this. I believe that you physically turned blue. Yeah, no, that's not a joke. Zoltralord, in his infinite wisdom, decided that, you know, there's enough liquid in Red Bull that he doesn't have to drink water anymore. Caffeine is a mild diuretic. Enough that drinking those Red Bulls effectively meant that he was getting 0 water intake for 3 full days. Then he passed out in an elevator. What is wrong with you? Yeah. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yes, you do. Dumbass. I asked him if he drank anything. He's like, I've been drinking Red Bulls every day, man. I was like, that's not... You can't do that. God damn it, dude. You barely drink water? I drink 2 to 3 of these a day. Every day. But it's also like I talk all day. Like, I'm always here speaking. So, blowing away all of the moisture imaginable. You once went 45 days on nothing but Mountain Dew? Great, dude. That's probably good for you in some way. That's not good enough. That sounds terrible. Did you feel like shit? I bet I'd feel like shit. You're like a different kind of evolved human. I don't know if it's evolved. It might be backwards. That's grim, dude. I would feel so terrible even after like 1 Mountain Dew, man. Some people live off Dr. Pepper. That freaks me out. Yeah, you're a mutant, man. You're just a mutant. Red Bull is totally water? No, it's not. God damn it, dude. Can you survive on cucumbers? I mean, yeah, for a while, I would guess, but they definitely don't have all the nutrients you need. Like, you run out of something, and your body's like, I'm going to replace it with cucumber parts. Whatever it's going to be, right? Didn't know you were on kick? Yeah, I am now. I started on April 1st, because that would be a funny day to start, right? Yeah, I mean, there's water in it, but, like, I don't know, man. Doesn't the guy from Technology Connections live on sodas? Dude, there's no way. Like, that's so bad for you. I feel like your kidneys would explode. Like, at some point, you're just rocking a kidney stone, right? Kick CEO streaming gambling, though? I'm not surprised. I mean, he likes gambling, right? I had him on for an interview earlier, and I had to stop the Twitch side of it because he is banned on Twitch, and I don't want to get banned, so. New Goosebumps character, Cucumber Man. That sounds grim. I'm not happy with that in my bones. Yeah. No, Hayes, that's funny, though. I never did. I wanted to watch it, but I was too late. Oh, it's going to be up on YouTube later. Don't worry about it, man. Yeah, we're going to cut it for that. What is this? Let me grab that. That's disgusting, dude. Did Twitch tell you immediately? No, they didn't. They didn't get back to me until the middle of the interview. It's just when I found out he was banned, I was like, I'm not going to take the chance. Because if I get banned, the ferret stream gets banned. Because they're both me. Yeah. So I didn't take the chance. Thankfully, I'm all right. And I'm glad I took the chance, because that would have been a shit show. I know, Asmo. They just are. That's kind of how it works. Those guys have so many convincing narratives. Elderly folks just don't know any better. Yeah, I mean, like, it's even worse with the advent of AI. You know, there's thousands of hours of me on the internet. It's easy to create an AI model that mimics my voice or mimics my visuals or anything like that. It's actually, like, really dangerous. So, like, one of the things that I had to do was I talked to my bank, and I was like, you can't do any wire transfers unless I'm here in person. And, like, we have that on my account now, is, like, no one can do that over the phone. Because they could do it. And, like, I don't want to deal with that. You know, that's a dangerous thing. And that's a weird thing you have to think about, but when you're streaming, you know, it's easier to get that information. And it's also easier to, like, rip off my grandma, you know? That's why I told her she has to call me. She has to call my phone. That's the important thing. And I told her, if they say I lost my phone, it's bullshit, because I can't lose my phone, because I never leave my house. And it sits right here. I know, right, Ashes? God damn it, dude. I turned all my stuff in for that, though. Yeah. Why is it so big? I don't know. It's got an OtterBox on it. Also, thanks for asking. Yes, my fellow introvert. Dude, I am. I'm like a giant nerd. I don't leave the house. I have to leave the house to go take Shay to places. That's true. Because Shay can't drive. Yeah.
In _Blanky on Kick said, when are we playing Lancer, you nerd? I have my Foundry VTT almost ready.
I want to play. I don't want to DM it. I just want to play. Are you Zultralord comboing in chat? You'll never get it done, dude. Look at that. You're already combo broke. It's over, dude. That's just sad. He's continuing. Wow, he's still going. That's rough, buddy. Yeah.
Molotov Cockatiel on Twitch with 500 bits said, you have carrot seeds on your desk. What have I done to YOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYOUYou
Those carrot seeds and knew the meme would be there. You need carrots. We will harvest them in real life and in Guild Wars too. Crash the carrot economy. It's time. It's time. Yes. Molotov, it's too late. Molotov Cockatiel needs all of them. Boop.
Ari McBrown on Kick said, just learned the Dutch online ID framework will be adopted. The US governor might be good, security-wise.
I need to look into that. I don't know anything about it. I have no information about that whatsoever. I like how that guy got banned on Kick and then immediately came over to Twitch with the same account name. Yeah. It's like super weird, dude. Yeah. Desperate. A little bit desperate.
Treffy1 on YouTube with $5 said, you are however old when you started streaming, and you get visited by now you. You watch your own stream, and you can only talk $5 and 140 chars.
You mean like what would my message be to me? I don't even know. I think there was a lot of times when I first started streaming that I was very demoralized and I felt like I shouldn't continue and that nobody liked my stuff because no one was noticing what I was doing. And it was like 5 to 10 average viewers, things like that for a great deal of time. If you look back at my Twitch tracker, you can see all of those years of that. And a lot of it was like, I felt like I was a piece of shit and like no one would like my stuff. No one would like anything I was doing. And I just never stopped, you know? And I think it's important to understand that eventually someone's going to find your stuff that likes it, and it may change the way that they see things. Just keep making things. And don't compare yourself to some like massive creator that you look up to or anything like that. Just compare yourself to yourself from 3 months ago. And that's it. Like, that's all you have to do. You know, and I think it's really important to do that. I think it's really important. Because it's easy to fall into a trap where you just feel like a shithead and then you're not good enough. And that's not the case. Yeah, get to the point where you like your own content. Exactly. If you like the stuff you make, that's the best part. You need to upload your emotes? I know there's so many emotes. Oh god, that Winky emote is terrifying. You're dealing with this not even a few hours ago? Yeah, man. I mean, like, the best way that I think this is probably the best thing that I could possibly say about this. I didn't stop uploading stuff because my hope was that one day someone would find my stuff and there'd be a massive backlog. And there is now. Just do that. Just keep uploading things. And one day, when someone finds one of your videos and thinks it's cool, they may watch all of the rest of them. And that's all that matters, is that you just keep making things and you keep trying stuff. That's it, dude. Yeah. Keep going, you'll find your dorks along the way. True. There's so many dorks. Red VT is one of the biggest ones, though. That's true. Yeah.
The ADHD Santa on Twitch with 500 bits said, when was the last time Shay got McDonald's?
It's going to be today. Shay doesn't know this yet, but I'm taking Shay to McDonald's because she's had a really shitty time lately. And either I will take her to McDonald's or I will go to McDonald's and bring McDonald's back. Shay needs McDonald's or she'll die. McDonald's is vitamins for Shay. Yeah. So that's going to happen. Yeah, it's true. Buy her a chainsaw? No, that's foolish. Shay should not have a chainsaw. Why does Shay need McDonald's? Shay is a robot powered by McDonald's. So if you don't feed Shay McDonald's, she dies. It's true. Yeah. What about Dick's Burgers? Oh, good bag of Dick's? Damn. I haven't had a bag of Dick's in a long time, dude. Dick's is a great hamburger place up here in Washington State. Yeah. It's good. Oh, the bag of Dick's, dude. I made that joke on Esfin's stream, by the way. Oh, when we did that collab for the football thing, I was like, man, all these dudes look like Space Marines. You want to get a bag of Dick's? Oh, so funny, dude. God damn it, man. What's the latest in the burrito index? I need to update it. I haven't updated it. I need to go to burritos. I guess May 1st is when I'm going to the next burritos. Does a Kicks add to the number of the TTS queue? Yes, I have already built it all out to have it integrated with Kick. Right now I've beaten the queue. But if we look at the action history here, you can see that it's got Kicks on it. It's got bits. It's got Twitch channel points. It's got Kick channel points as well. It's got super chats as well that are in here. So everything is set up correctly to run the TTS queue now. No, I actually had to fire everybody because I wasn't making enough money anymore. And I put out an announcement on our Discord. If you're really interested, go to discord.gg/piratesoftware. Read the news channel. We had 2 people that resigned, and the rest of the staff had to be let go. That's kind of how it goes, right? The biggest thing for me is the most important thing out of everything else is making sure we have enough to run the rescue, and that's always going to be my primary goal. And if I have to do more work myself, then I have to do more work myself. Do you have McCafe up there? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about McDonald's. Is McCafe like coffee at McDonald's? Is it like a side shoot? I don't know how that works. Yeah, no, it's discord.gg/piratesoftware. You can see everything there. McCafe is basically McStarbucks. Ew. It has cheesecake? Is that good, though? Can you play an instrument? Hell no. I am a musical failure, my dude. I have tried many times, and I ain't got shit there. That's why I hired Stein. Like, there's no way.
Treffy1 on YouTube with $5 said, for whatever it's worth, and despite everything that happened in the last year, we are still here, and it's still worth everything. Keep uploading. Ty.
Never would stop. Thank you very much. You're awesome as shit, dude. Even tried the triangle? Bro, I feel like I would fail the triangle somehow. There'd be no way, dude. Can you sing? I'm gonna be super honest with you. I have never tried because I'm like, I guess shy and nervous about that. I don't know why. It's like the same kind of shy nervous that I have when I'm like around other people in real life. Like I'm a real introverted weirdo with that. I don't know if I can. Like even the other day when like the sea shanties were playing in like Windrose, I like started to like hum along with it and I was like, I don't want to do that. And then people in chat were like, why are you red? And I was like, shut up. I don't know why I get so nervous about it, but I do, man. Like it's just something about it. I was like, don't talk about it, dude. Yeah, that's insane. It's just like an immediate reaction because I don't know why I get nervous about it, but you just do. Need to sign along with Noita? Sing along with Noita? Noita's good. Your humming was good enough? Good. Good. We can sing along with you so we can all die of embarrassment together? Dude, maybe. I love that. Like, honestly, man, that game is phenomenal. Windrose is so good, and the sea shanties are fun as shit. Like, super fun. They didn't even clip the humming? God, I hope not. Maybe at TwitchCon? I'm not going to TwitchCon EU. I'm going to go to TwitchCon US this next time, but I'm not going to go to the EU one. Yeah. It's just too far. Dude, it's like a 12-hour flight on top of being gone for 5 days, on top of getting sick. It's just too much. I just can't do it, man. Yeah. You can wear the wizard hat in those events? Nah, man. That was a meme. Get to keep the Gregs ourselves. I have all kinds of hats, too. Like this one. Oh, God, it's falling apart. Oh, shit, my moon armor's broken. Like when I'm talking about the government. You know, the government. You gotta have protection when you talk about the government. It's true. But no, my hat is falling apart now. I gotta build a new one. Oh, shit. It's all over. It's a double layer of moon armor now. Ah, crap. It's over, chat. They got me. It's over. Yeah, it melted. The government finally got me, dude. Toad.gov has finally won. Yeah, I got mooned. Need to upgrade your moon armor. I want to get a tricorn hat and then coat it in tinfoil and just wear that around. Yeah, the government's too powerful. They'll get you eventually. Usually during tax season, to be honest. Kind of how that shit goes.
That cranium guy on Twitch with 500 bits said Yar Cheer 504 admitted he beats the queue. Please help, I'm scared.
No, it's too late. I always beat the queue. I'll always win.
Sane Cesar on Twitch said hello Thor and chat on this great Saturday. How are you all? I'm having Greg's on Monday. When do you next get Greg's Thor?
I haven't had Greg's since I last went to the UK. We have a chance if the government can get Thor, we'll get him eventually. No, you won't. I will never turn into a crab. It's too late. You'll never get me, Rust developer. It's too late, man. I've escaped you. The government broke it, though? Yeah, it's true. Your tinfoil hat is an origami samurai helmet? That's freaking... Pixar, it didn't happen. Do it. Everything becomes crab eventually? That's true. Eventually, I will become a crab. Do we have a block game release date? You mean for block game on Hytale? They have to fix... Like, they're adding custom item components to the item component system. Once that's ready, I can start working on it. Otherwise, no. I've actually gone back to developing it on Minecraft in the meantime, because, like, it's just not... Like, I can't wait forever, and it's been months. Yeah, until they have that in, it's just not a possible thing.
SMD_27_ on Twitch said 4. Let me tell you something super cool.
Oh.
My friend and I put together a modded version of the TTRPG we play to run a game in Fate. If you don't know, you play the spirit of a dead historical or mythical figure brought back to serve a higher purpose, or human interest. You get awesome anime powers, but as you fight on, your true identity slowly gets revealed, letting the enemy exploit your weakness or the way you died.
Whoa.
I play Prometheus, it's quite fun and almost fully homebrewed.
That actually sounds wild, dude. Wait, Mothman eggs are still dropping from fishing? God damn it. I gotta fix that. Thanks for letting me know. I removed it from all other professions, so I'll remove it from fishing today. Yeah. That actually sounds cool shit. Somebody actually asked, are we getting a new MMO at some point? There's a couple of them that I'm looking forward to. Let me grab this. So Cinder City used to be known as Project LLL, and it is owned by NCSoft. And I am very goddamn excited for this game. So I've known it since it had its internal project name, and it was like only shown in like Korean, and it's rad looking, dude. Like, this game is very goddamn cool. And it's got giant robots. It's got gunplay, kind of like a mixture. Oh god, that's loud. It's like gunplay mixture of like Destiny and Division at the same time. It's a looter shooter. And it's got SCP shit in it. And, like, it's like the gameplay trailer that they released a couple years back looks cool as shit, dude. And I was very excited for it. But now they've continued releasing more stuff for it, and it has an actual name now. There's the gameplay. It has an actual name, which is Cinder City, and it's supposed to be an MMO. So, like, maybe this won't suck. Maybe it'll be really cool. I'm interested in it, and I can't wait to find out if it's good or not. And I'm hoping it's good, because, like, look at it, man. It's creepy as shit. It just ate his head, right? It's freaking weird. But no, I'm super into it. I'm really excited for it. It does look cool, and, like, it looks wild, right? Definitely going to buy once and see it. Yeah, I'll play it on stream when they do have, like, something to play, and we'll see if it's fun or if it's just, like, a mess or whatever like that. So, like, it's one of those things of, like, if you're on the fence, just wait. I'm going to play this, and we'll find out if it sucks, right? Yeah, stop talking about cool stuff. No. Also, there's another one. There's another game that I'm excited for called The Cube. It's also an MMO. This one is even more wild because it's by the people who did Atomic Heart. Which Atomic Heart is really wild of a video game, but I need you to see this because it's insane. It's by Munfish. But, like, listen to this.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself.
Look at the graphics on this dude's face, by the way.
When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness.
So it's by the people who made Atomic Heart. It's a looter shooter. It's got, like, insane graphics and like, wild bullshit. Just like everything that Atomic Heart does. The monsters are crazy looking, and it's supposed to be an MMO. So I'm like, what? And the dialogue is hilarious. But this is nuts. And I didn't expect that at all. But Munfish has been cooking on some weird shit. Yeah, like, they've been cooking on some seriously weird shit that is all, like, very high-fidelity graphics. Just like Atomic Heart. Also, they're making Atomic Heart 2 and this. So I'm just, I don't know. I like MMOs, I like looter shooters, and those two are on my map, like on my future map right now. In the same world as Atomic Heart. It is, yeah. That's the thing that kind of blew me away about it. I was like, what the shit, dude? So I'll link this out to you guys as well. So yeah, Cinder City and The Cube are the two big ones for me right now. You love MMOs, so you hadn't found a good group to play with? We have a Discord that's discord.gg/actualpirates. If you go there, we have a whole community just for doing multiplayer gaming. You might find someone in a game that you like. A lot of the community plays Guild Wars 2 right now. Some people on ESO, all kinds of stuff. And that's it, man. Boop. There we go. You need to complete the DLCs to Atomic Heart. I haven't played any of the DLCs. I haven't played any of them, man. Like, I played Atomic... This sucks, actually. I played Atomic Heart when it first came out. I turned on the streamer mode option, thinking I would be okay to stream it. And they had a bug that they fixed in the first week that made it so that copyrighted music actually played when you were in vehicles. So I had to delete the VODs on YouTube because they all got copyright struck. And it was like a great deal of the videos. And I was like, God damn it, dude. And then they fixed it like afterwards. So there was no way to get the footage back. There was nothing to do about it. So my hope is when we have Atomic Heart 2, I just play the whole thing on stream and they don't have that bug again. Because it was bad. Like, it was really shitty. But yeah. That's why you couldn't find them? Yeah, no, I loved that game too. I played it all the way through and it was so much fun, man. But it was like hours of missed video because of it. It was like hours. It just made it unwatchable. See, Sony are now requiring online check-ins every 30 days for games. You now buy old games are not affected. Why does Sony do everything dumb? Every time there's some dumb shit going on, it's like Sony's like, hey, it's me. I'm back again. Doing another business model that no human could enjoy. Like, what the hell are they doing, man? That's dumb as hell. It's going to play on TTS now.
Treffy1 on YouTube with $5 said absolutely last request.
What's up?
If you could ask the same question of every single viewer right now, what would it be?
Of what? Wait, what? Like if I was in the future and I would ask them, I would 100% be, why are you like this? That's the same question I will always ask you. No matter what, dude. That is every question I've ever asked of chat is, why are you like this? It doesn't need to be this way, you goblins. I swear to God. You made us this way? I don't think so. I think I found you this way. This is like a goblin rescue service, dude. Containment.
Sane says on Twitch said, Thor, did you see Sony are now requiring online check-ins every 30 days for games you now buy? Old games are not affected.
That's so stupid, dude. Like, honestly, the way that I feel about Sony right now is every dumbass decision that Sony does, Capcom takes notes and goes, let's do the opposite of that. Sony's like, we're going to restrict all of our games and where they're going to be sold around the world. Capcom's like, we're selling all our games on Steam now. Like, everything that Sony does, Capcom does the opposite, and they're winning because of it. Like, everybody's happy with Capcom right now. Everything they release is a banger right now. All of it. Like, all of it. And it's just like, just watch Sony and do whatever they're not doing. Every time. It's ridiculous, dude. Yeah. Always do the opposite of what that boy says. Exactly. Sony does it dumb, Capcom takes notes, Steam does nothing and wins. Absolutely. I don't know why they keep doing it either. Like, even with like Sony shit, they're like, what if we restricted the sales of this game by 2/3 of the entire planet? What if we only sold it in 1/3 of the world? That'll increase revenue, right? Right? Dude, the math ain't mathing. Like, what are you doing? It's so stupid. Like, any human being could be like, no, idiot. Like, what? You're not gonna get more sales that way. Like, no one's gonna buy the game. It's not hard to understand. No. They're only Japan focused. Amazingly, there's more audience out there. It makes no sense. Yeah, Sony doesn't make any sense to me. That's an actual Sony decision. That's what they did to Helldivers 2, man. That's why I didn't play it for a full year. It took them an entire year to walk that back. Their original plan was to make it so Helldivers 2 couldn't be played unless you had a Sony PSN account. Then they walked that back, and then they made it not purchasable in any country where PSN was not available, which is 2/3 of the world. And then they walked that back a year later. And I'm just like, do you hate money? Like, is that the reason? Like, what in what world would you ever think that that's going to make you more money? Ever. At all. It was so stupid, dude. Have you looked in the sandbox game engine yet? It looks amazing, dude. As far as I've seen from what other people have been posting, is that if you know Unity, you'll likely know how to use sandbox, and it's very easy to work with, and it's free, which is a big deal. Oh yeah, did they up the price on it? I didn't know that part. Boop. Gone. That's presidential math? Dude, it just doesn't make any sense. It's just like, I don't know, it's just really an easy equation to figure out. More people can buy game make more money. Game more affordable, more people buy game. Maybe don't push $70. You price people out. Maybe look into price localization. It's easier for people to buy the game. Everybody wins, right? Like none of that fails. It just doesn't, it's like basic shit. And I just keep seeing AAA fall on its face over and over again, not understanding how this shit works. They don't even have distribution costs. Exactly. It's digital. Who gives a shit? You want to give them money. Exactly. How many of you guys are from Brazil? Brazil. Rise up in my chat. How many of you guys are Brazilian? Brazil has a huge thing with piracy. Massive. So many people pirate in Brazil. They do. But it's not because they want to. It's because game companies don't actually charge the right amount in Brazil. They don't localize their prices for the Brazilian people. And because of that, you get games that are like 500 BRL or 300 BRL, which makes no goddamn sense. It is so expensive to be a gamer in Brazil. And like, because of that, indie games do quite well there. And phone games do quite well there. But AAA games, basically unheard of. They're too goddamn expensive. Or you got to save for like a month to get one game. It doesn't make any sense. So piracy is very rampant there. And like, the way that I always feel about it is piracy is a service issue, man. It's a cost issue. You make your game too expensive, they're going to pirate it. If you make it not available, they're going to pirate it. It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. Yeah, you'll make more money by making it cheaper. Sony are not making single-player games for PC anymore because of the next Xbox being a PC. Again, Sony's like, we're not going to make single-player games for PC because we want to... Sorry, let me check my notes. Cut out an entire market of people because we think we can convince them to buy a console instead. That'll make us more money, right? Capcom on the other side's like, let's put Pragmata on Steam. Also, it's $60 instead of $70, which is where the industry is going. You're welcome, right? Like, it's just so stupid to watch. It's just watching Sony shoot themselves in the foot over and over again. I mean, it was a funny episode at first, but now it's just sad. I just don't get it, man. That claim makes no sense. I question its authenticity. I know that Sony was backing out of the PC market. I know that they were. If that claim is exact quote, which is unlikely on the internet, I'd take everything with a grain of salt. It's kind of par for the course for them. I think the problem is Sony has made so many weird-ass business decisions with the way that they sell video games that at this point, The Onion could put out an article and I'd likely believe it. Because it's just like, what are you doing? Every day, Sony is just doing another dumb thing. You know? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's all a ruse. Maybe the whole thing is a ruse, chat. Maybe all of it is actually a ruse. What if... I have an idea. Hold up. What if we've been looking at this wrong? Maybe this is actually what's happening. Maybe Sony is trying to drive their sales so far downwards that when they finally make a non-dumbass decision, it shoots back up. All of the investors are very happy because they're like, wow, look at those gains, right? What if it's the long game? Like, don't pay attention to this. Wow. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's all a ploy, you know? Like, holy shit, look how well they're doing. Do whatever you want. What if it's insider trading, shorting the stock? Maybe it is, dude. I don't know. Oh, my God. But no, to be real with you, I never understand their business decision. It's very strange. It always has been. And I think it comes down to Sony has this really weird idea of restriction over content and as restrictive as possible in terms of sales, that somehow that is going to benefit them in the long term. And I don't think it will. I think it prices people out. It makes them less interested in their games. I mean, I think it makes them less interested in like PlayStation. None of that makes any sense, dude. It's just a weird plan. And I hope that one day they stop doing that because I like Sony's games. I do. I just don't like Sony. You know? Genuinely think it's just thrashings of a dying org and they don't know it and they're acting out of desperation. It kind of feels like that. It does. It feels like desperation towards an unattainable goal of infinite growth, you know? Sony turned you from a diehard fan to instead never buy again? Yeah, same for me. I don't like Sony. I like Capcom a shitload now, by the way. Everything they're doing with like Monster Hunter is awesome, Pragmata was rad, everything they touch is gold now. And they've got a very good idea of what a consumer wants, you know, and how they should be treated, and I've been really impressed with that. They're desperate. What makes you think they're desperate? A business doesn't make decisions like that unless they're reaching for a goal that doesn't really make any sense, and that reeks of desperation, is why. It smells like desperation. Even if it ends up not being that, it smells like it. And it's hard to understand as a consumer, why would you want to sell your games in less areas of the world? What is the reason? You want to bring up PSN numbers? Why do you think PSN numbers are more important than anything else? What are you afraid of? Just sell copies, right? Like it's very weird. PS2 is the best-selling console of all time. They dipped hard. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Helldivers should have taught them. I mean, they walked back on it. I was holy shit, Sony's doing a good job finally. Yeah. You think PlayStation's ass? I liked it when I was growing up, man. It's just weird to see where they're at now. You know? Can you get the Sony CEO for an interview? It'd just be me making fun of him the whole time. Like, nothing would be good there. I'd just be a dick. Right? It's like, I'm so mad at them. They have to do something redeeming, right? There's nothing redeeming yet. It just pisses me off every time. Every time I open the newspaper, I'm like, Sony did some dumb shit again. Like, stop it. Shareholder PSN number makes stonks go up. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of KPIs in the corporate world, which they're key performance indicators, right? Like the thing, like, oh wait, we got ads. I'm gonna wait on the ads. We'll talk about it afterwards. Sony broke revenue records last year, so they are doing well, but they're doing all this weird shit? That's even worse. That's even worse. Get out of here, Bezos. We're shitting on CEOs. Come on, Jeff. Go away. You got no ads? Not everyone gets them. But I wait for those who do. Maybe it's hubris? I mean, it's got to be a business decision. They're a massive multi-billion-dollar company. There's got to be a reason they're doing this. It just seems stupid to everyone on the outside. Yeah, they're probably making more off online subscriptions, and they're trying to push everyone to PSN. It makes sense. Final Fantasy VII was awesome. Final Fantasy is awesome overall, but I agree. I like Materia. I think it's cool. I would love to see you shit on Sony CEO on stream. You know? It would be funny. Oh, hey, Zaphiroth. I mean, Zultralord Light. How's it going? What's it like being Zultralight, dude? How dare you? I mean, you have his face next to your name, dude. Look at his name. See that image next to it? That's Zultralord's actual face. You have your own distinct brand. Please respect it. I refuse. Zultralight, dude. You tried? Hell yeah, dude. You see all the announcements about Final Fantasy XIV from FanFest? I did see that. So I saw this stuff for Final Fantasy XIV, and I have to say, if they do a raid fight, and it's actually like a thing you can beat, I want, at the end of it, all of the characters to automatically start clapping, and then instead of the text, like mission complete or whatever, it should say congratulations. If they do that, it'll be the funniest crossover I've ever seen in my life, dude. Like... What were you talking about, saying about KPIs? So KPIs, generally, you put a restriction on a part of your workforce where this is the most valuable metric to determine if they're succeeding or not. In call centers, there'll be things like, how many calls did you get through in a day? But this leads into bad behavior, and I've never seen it actually lead to any type of good behavior, because if you judge someone's performance based on the number of calls per day, well, then you're not judging them on how those calls resolved. Longer call means worse metric for the employee, but longer call may lead to better customer outcome. And it ends up being a big problem because now you're incentivizing your workforce to treat the customer worse to fit this arbitrary goal that you have there. So when I see Sony doing things like, let's stop selling the game in 2/3 of the world to increase PSN numbers, it feels like they have a KPI-related system where they're like, PSN numbers are the most important things to the business. Let's shit on all the customers to raise PSN numbers. And I don't think that's a long-term good goal. With the way that the world works today, it just makes people hate your brand. Like, nothing works there, and I think it's kind of a bad decision. But maybe it works out for them, you know? You made a comment on this? Lost in the ocean of chat? F, dude, I'm sorry. Here, let me click on your name, I'll see it. Probably PSN focused because they're making more money off online subscriptions. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. That's likely what it is, and that screams KPI instead of like, hey, you need people to like your business, man. Yeah, that which is measured quickly loses meaning, yeah. You have a duck dance? You do! Actually, that's a global emote on Kick. Duck, please. It's a great dance. Amazon, if someone steals your package, you have to bring up CFPB for them to do anything. I don't know what that means. I don't actually know what that acronym... I hate acronyms. Losing console versus PC, need PSN subs? Yeah. Can you check your current watch streak for the channel? I cannot check it. I don't think there's a way for me to do that. Wait, Kick has an old school RuneScape gnome disco? Jesus. That's actually wild. Gnome disco is so good. Zaffroth is going to love that. Zaffroth actually loves the old school RuneScape gnome. It's true. It's his favorite. If you click on your channel points, it's in the panel there. Oh, I didn't know that. Low-income parts of the world are susceptible to bad actors, doing RMT and botting, etc. So dropping price for these areas is not the way to go, unfortunately. I disagree with that entirely. You're always going to have that anyway. Raising the price there means you don't have any real customers. You are still going to get less sale. Like, you're still going to get lowered sales there no matter what, specifically because of currency conversion. We've seen in the past that it doesn't deter in terms of RMT and botting. Doesn't deter at all. They're always going to go to the lowest region. Treat your real players correctly, and you're going to have more benefit than the cost. Because if you don't have good income from those regions, you're missing out on income that you could use to fight that type of behavior in the first place, and also to enrich the rest of the business. It is not a good value to cut out potential sales to fight bad actors that are going to be there anyway, if that makes sense. Yeah. KPI is Kick partner ice cream? Dude, I wish. Oh, yeah, no. I was interviewing the Kick CEO, Eddie, earlier today, and then he raided into the channel afterwards. Really nice dude. We had a lot of conversation about it. I asked a lot of fun questions about monetization and the direction. However, I couldn't stream it on Twitch because he's banned on Twitch. And it would have gotten me banned. And I reached out to my partner manager, and they replied in the middle of the interview saying that if I had him on, I would have been banned. So I'm glad that I didn't. So that was the whole thing. Yeah, he's been banned on Twitch for like 5 years. Which is kind of... This kind of looks bad on Twitch. Yeah. You didn't ask him about wigs? True. Yeah, I wasn't live for it. You stream on Kick too? I stream on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Yeah. Years or months. 5 years. He was banned for doing gambling content on Twitch. Yeah, companies are weird. He broke TOS. How does it look bad? So, if he broke TOS, that's fine, and some people will see it that way, but some people will see it the other way. You have to think about public perception. Whether the ban was valid or not, whether the ban was real or not, I don't really care. For me, it's just like, I can understand that some people's perception will be like, oh, you're banning the competition. Even if that's not true, the perception of some people will be there. Like, you have to look at that. Even if you don't agree with it, even if I don't believe it, some people are going to believe that. And they're going to change the way that they feel about these platforms based on those perceptions that they have. And that's important, man. 5 years ago, he wasn't the CEO. He was not, no. Yeah, no, it's just public perception shit, dude. If he got banned for valid reasons, then he got banned for valid reasons. Like, I don't really give a shit. 5 years ago is a long time, though. Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing is the perception will be that Twitch sought a reason to ban him as a rival, but he didn't own Kick then, because Kick didn't exist 5 years ago. So, like, that doesn't even hold up. That's how I feel about it. You find it weird that he's permabanned for gambling content, but people showing illegal items on stream get unbanned after a month? I agree with that. I do think that it is it is likely to be a case of over-banning, if that's the case. But also, I don't know if he was streaming unregulated gambling, like unregulated crypto gambling or regulated gambling, which is allowed now on Twitch. There's a lot of nuance there, and I don't know, right? Yeah, it feels arbitrary on the surface, but most things usually aren't. Most things have reasoning behind them. Yeah, it's weird because they allow multi-streaming to Kick, but the CEO of Kick is banned. It's just kind of funny. He could also just not have requested unban as well. No, he did. They ignored him. That's the public story anyway. Which is like, oh. I just thought that was really funny. What's up, dude? Hope you're having a good day, man. Yeah, no, his request went on unfulfilled. They didn't respond to it, that happens a lot. Millions of potential customers in those regions? There are. Yeah, no. If you're downing an entire region of people, you're really missing out. Localize your prices and localize your games. Straight up, man. Like, let me give you an example of this. Like, our game in Brazil is about 64% off for Brazilian Portuguese speakers, for people in Brazil. It is 25% of the overall income of our games. Not the overall sales, the overall income of the games, even about 64% off. Do not restrict yourself from different regions because you think that it doesn't matter. Localize your prices for them. They will buy your games. Like, Brazil is awesome. I wouldn't be here if Brazil didn't do that. Like, it's an insane thing. Yeah, downing an entire platform is a bad idea. Downing an entire, like, region of the world is a bad idea. Like, if you're selling things, you want them to be in as many places as possible, especially if it's digital content. Yeah, Brazil's awesome. Love Brazil. Yeah, if you think about it, Eddie getting banned as part of his origin story, that's true. Like, him getting banned on Twitch made him it made him the CEO of counterculture Twitch, which is Kick. Maybe if he didn't get banned, Kick wouldn't exist. That's weird. Right? Like, that is a weird one, but what isn't allowed on Kick? Copyrighted content, like overly sexual stuff. They actually started really cracking down on shit, which is one of the reasons that I was even interested at all. When I saw that they started banning even really high-profile streamers for doing copyrighted content, I was like, that's good. Like, that's a really good thing. Because it endangers the platform, man. It straight up endangers the whole platform. You know, if you're using Amazon AVS as their background, like back end, which they do, and they're running live stream Pirate Bay on the front end because they're allowing copyrighted content to go through, they're going to get slapped by their provider. And that endangers every streamer on the platform. So the moment I saw that they started cracking down on that, they're like, hey, we actually need to do something about this. And they did. I was like, that's good. They're actually taking this seriously now. And they started to. And I was very impressed with that. Because that's not a normal thing to see a platform do. They usually, like, kind of go on a course and then their ship takes forever to turn, you know? Chris Quet's ticket proudly locked in. Hell yeah. Ass kicked to ban Dan Clancy so it's fair. Jesus, dude. Yeah, that won't cause any drama on the internet, of course. Holy crap. You know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see Dan Clancy and Eddie have a talk. It would probably just be like a lot of bitching, but holy shit, would that be really interesting to watch? Because you have the leaders of two different platforms that are rivals with each other having a candid conversation. That would be an actually insane thing to watch, and I think we would learn so much about the streaming space that otherwise you can't. Like, it's basically a black box. There are things that we get to learn as streamers that, like, most people who watch streams don't get to learn about platforms, and I try to share that in terms of analytics and shit like that. But there are things that, like, the executives of these streaming companies know so much shit that I will never know and you will never know. Like, there's no way to know it because it's the guts of, like, running an actual platform like this, man. It's very, very wild. You don't want to watch the stream chats? They'd be nuclear about it. Dude, the chat would be insane. No, I wouldn't want to be in the chat. I just want to watch the stream. Like, you know.
Mr._Sturge on Twitch said, if future you could ask past you why current you is like this, what would your answer be?
Why do you keep asking
Also,
this?
You're inspiring. Keep being awesome.
If future you would ask why current me is like this, I would respond with, you tell me. You know more than me, you're future me. It's future me's problem at that point. Actually, that would be a problem for future me. like many things are. Pass the bill to future you. Eat 50 deviled eggs. Not your problem. Future you's problem. Done.
Action_Dan on Twitch said, have you heard of the franchise, Earth Defense Force? If not, imagine Helldivers but through a Japanese lens. Very silly, poorly, but funny and possibly intentionally done translations. It's a great series of games. Enjoyable jank both in gameplay and story. Worth looking up.
That sounds like a lot of fun. What's your PoE 2 build? It slightly modifies every time I play. I only play hardcore solo self-found. So whatever items I get, I try to make a build around it. Most of the time I play a witch, and it's because I played a witch in PoE 1, and I really like Summoner Witch. It's very fun. This last time around, I played a bear druid, and I survived all the way to level 75 and made it all the way to the end game. Yeah, it was great. It was very, very fun, and then I blew up. Died. Died instantly, as you do in PoE. Yeah, Earth Defense Force, I have heard of it. We've talked about it before. I have not played it or know anything about it. Look at the EDF game now. Everyone tells me to do this. I think I've shown this off before. Yeah, let me pull this up. Earth Defense Force. Isn't this the one with the wild, insane shit? Yeah, they have like 10 of these games. Yeah, this is it. EDF will continue to protect Earth. This looks just insane. This game is just insane looking. Why is it mixed overall? Recently 87% positive, overall mixed. What is happening here? Your friends love it so much? It's just insane. Mixed because DLCs, is that what it is? What the Bro, what is this? What is this DLC bundle? What the hell is happening here? Yeah, his name is Chad Broseph. One day, I will aspire to be a Chad Broseph, but not today. True gamers know how to enjoy it. I should play this on stream. Is that a dragon? Is that a dragon? That's a dragon. It's $60? Holy shit. That, honestly, this game looks completely insane. I'm going to link this to all of you. You fight a bunch of random shit? That sounds great. Absolutely ridiculous games. What was that game where you could just build a robot out of anything? It was like you could build a robot any way you wanted to, and someone made a hamburger bot that was like 50 hamburgers tall. What was that called? It's a robot game. Is it RoboForge? Let me look. There was one that was just like a legs bot. No, it's not RoboForge. RoboCraft? No. That doesn't exist. The hell was this game? It was on Steam. It was on Steam and it was really weird. RoboCraft shut down? Did it really? Can you make a Diablo DLC drop today? I'm going to play it on Monday, man. I'm really excited for it. Like, actually, I'm tentatively excited. I think Diablo 4's story sucked. I'm just going to be honest. I love the Primevals. I love the Herodrim, and I think that the story of Mephisto sucks. I think they did Mephisto dirty. I didn't think that it was fun for me at all. I think it was really shitty. To find out that the expansion is very Mephisto-oriented, if they screw this story up, I will not play Diablo until the Diablo 5 exists. And so I'm going to get it. I'm going to play it on stream on Monday, and we'll find out if it's ass, is basically how I feel about it. When Diablo 4 Calible, did you know it exists? There is a Diablo 4 Calible. I will show you where to go on the map. It is most of it anyway. The community has not figured out all of it. If you go to the Diablo 4 world map, the world is actually split up into 3 different sections. This area, and this area up here. You can kill cows in those regions. Every time you kill a cow, it has a chance to drop one of the 3 pieces that you need, which is Wirt's Leg, the Tome of Town portal, and a piece of the Roderick Cube. You can only get one of them per week. When you get to 666 kills of a cow, it will 100% always drop. So you can get those. If you make 3 different characters, you can get all 3 pieces in 1 week. Now, with that in mind, you need to take those all the way over here to this town, At that exact location right there, there is a shrine of water with 4 bulls on it. Drop all of those items on the ground. They will turn into a key. Take that key, go all the way over here to this part of the map that looks like it's in the shape of a cow. You see the little cow head and the little ear there and the little hump on its back. Go to the tip of the nose, and there will be a new hovel there that has been opened because you have that key. Go into there, kill more cows, and you get from Diablo 2, a stamina potion, but it's dried out. And no one knows what to do from there. No one has solved it from there. No one has any idea. And that's it. And it's been like that since forever. And that's been in there. It is a great mystery with the game. And people have tried to go back in there and get the item over and over again. And no one has any idea what to do with the stamina potion that is dried up. They've used it all over the map. They use it everywhere. It might be used in the DLC. Nobody knows. And I think that's cool. But I wish it was solved at this point. My hope is that they actually implemented all of it. My fear is that they didn't implement all of it. Yeah. Like the chat gem? Yeah. But this has been in the game since launch. So, do you know the solution? I do not. No. I have always wanted to figure it out, and I'm just waiting. There's a whole... I was in a Discord for a long time. There was a whole Discord trying to solve it, which is why I know about this. And last I checked, which was like 6 months ago, they hadn't moved forward still. And it's been years. So, was it Custom Mech Wars? It might have been Custom Mech Wars. That might have been the game. Let me look. That sounds familiar. It is! That's the one! This game is weird as shit. I think it is. Yeah, it's by the same people. So, Custom Mech Wars, you get to build your own robot. And you can make it look like a cool robot. Or, look at this weird-ass robot, right? Or you can shitpost, which was the whole point of it. I think it's Custom Mech Wars. I'm pretty sure. Where is it? Yes, Hamburger Bot. Yes, this is it. This is when you realize it's actually a shitpost. So you could just make just insane bullshit robots, and it was really funny. And, that was the game, and it's just very stupid, and they just kept doing this over and over again, like a robot with 1,000,000 swords, or like a robot that's just legs with a gun, or like a robot that's all heads. It was just it's the best playable shitpost I've seen in ages. Pizza Bot. There was a Pizza Bot in there, and look at all these weird robots. There's so many weird robots in this game, dude, that people have just made. And, look at that. I love this. Yeah, I love it. So, anyway, that's Custom Mech. Custom Mech Wars is very funny, dude. It's really funny. The TTB bot at the end. Yeah, no, the pizza is very aggressive. It's a very aggressive pizza. But that's the game I was thinking of. I guess it's by the same people who made Earth Defense Force. It's the exact same company. So, should have known, right? Have you played Albion? No, I bounced off that game. I don't like pay to win. It's the one thing I didn't really like about it. I'm down with social sandbox games, but social sandbox games seem to keep falling into the trap of pay to win to keep themselves alive. Yeah, I'm just not that interested because of it. I would love to get into another social sandbox. They're my favorite kind of game, man. You didn't get any pay to win? As far as I know, it has it. I mean, it did at the time. Did they remove it? Is that a thing that they removed at some point? I think it's still there. I'd have to check on it again. You know what I'll do? Last time I played Albion was probably about a year ago. I will check it out again and see if the things that I didn't like about it were still in there, which at the time it had pay-to-win related mechanics, which for me, a social sandbox, I need to fight another person. I don't want to fight their wallet, right? So, maybe I'll look into it. I'll check it out.
Gadana on Twitch said my last supervisor was heavily KPI-centric, legitimately nearly killed me. 15 years of that almost broke me.
That is the worst. I'm sorry to hear that, man. KPIs are bullshit. It's actually trash. And it's easy to fall into it, to be real with you. Really easy. And it sucks, man. Albion's still pay to win, but it's mostly pay to lose. Everything is pay to lose, right? Any video game that's pay money to get an upgrade, it's pay to lose. All you're doing is paying for less video game. Why would you ever want to do that? Right? It's just no, dude. It's 100% pay to lose. You missed the talking KPI. What do you want to ask about it? Yeah, we were just talking a little bit about KPI after the ad break of like how I don't like KPIs. I think they're really bad. Yeah, key performance indicators. For those of you who don't know, it's when you take a portion of your worker force and you tell them you have to reach these metrics, these specific metrics. And that is the most important thing to determine if you are doing your job correctly. And bad implementations of this, I'll give you a good example, is say you're working in a call center and the call center values the number of calls per day that you finish, not the outcomes of those calls. So people can then pick up the phone and then immediately hang up the call, and they look like a better worker because they're fitting the KPI model instead of having a good outcome for the customer. And like it ends up being a huge problem because it usually leads to abuse. I have never seen KPIs implemented in a way that doesn't lead to some kind of outlier abuse that ends up having to be investigated and the KPI has to be updated. And it always is just this rotation of the customer ends up losing in basically every situation I've seen KPI. It doesn't mean that there aren't good ways of implementing it out there. There probably are. I've just never seen them. And I don't like KPIs as a result of that. And I think they're detrimental to the workplace. And you lose out on some of the uniqueness of that individual worker and how they can improve the business, how they can actually do a good job. You lose out on learning that from them, and you put them into an arbitrary box and say, this is the only way that you're valued. And it's not beneficial, dude. Like, not at all. Milestones met. Exactly. I hate it. Your company uses KPI for your team. We're tracked on how many calls we take and how fast we answer them once they arrive and how fast we close them. It's a pain in the ass. Do you guys actually also have a star system where individual customers can leave you like a star review? Because every time I've ever seen that implemented, the way that it's implemented is that anything that isn't 5 stars is 1 star. So 1 to 4, if they give you a 4, it's still counted as deficient. No, you don't have that? That's good then. Yeah, because I've seen that implemented like that in the past, and it is rough as shit. A good example of KPIs that I've seen that impacted me as an individual worker was one time my boss came to me for yearly review, and he said, hey, I would give you a 5 star in this, but I can't do that because I don't have the ability to. I can only give a certain number of 5 stars out because 5 stars are tied to the amount of bonus you get at the end of the year. And I'm like, so I'm doing the work that denotes that. He goes, yeah, but you're not going to give it to me because of arbitrary bullshit politics. And he's like, yep. And I'm like, it's like, dude, like that doesn't incentivize me as a worker to do a good job. Like none of that is good, right? So like, I don't think it's beneficial to the worker. I don't think it's beneficial to the customer. I think it ends up being a really shitty experience for a lot of people. Yeah, thanks, I think, right? So he had to give me a 4 in that. And I was like, dude, what is wrong with you? Like, it just sucks. Yeah, that's when you dial back. It's like, all right, well, I just won't do that anymore if I'm not going to get benefit out of it. Yeah, and it leads you to do the bare minimum. It stops your overproductive, awesome worker from doing a good job. And I hate it, man. Quiet quitting, yeah, that's what a lot of people would do at that point, you know? Yeah, time to do some 4-star work, man. You give me 4 stars, I'm going to do 4-star work. Congrats. Because that tied directly into my yearly bonus. It tied into my like payment increases for the year and everything like that. Yeah. Think of the nightmare for the team? No one to get any work done? Oh, yeah, no, that'd be crazy. Team 4-star work. Dude, Team 4-star rocks. Really rocks. Learn to trade? You should. It's a good idea. It really is, man. Thor being on kick just made my whole day. I'm glad, man. Yeah, I'm here multi-streaming for good now. I will be on here. I've done it since April 1st. It's been like a huge... It was a meme to start that, and I have no reason to leaving. So I think they're doing a good job right now. We had a whole interview with Eddie, the CEO of Kick, earlier today. Asked him as many questions as I could. I hope the interview went well. I don't have a lot of experience doing that, but it was fun. And I tried to ask him some harder hitting questions, things that I want to know about monetization and the direction of the platform and everything like that. And he had great answers. So Team 4-star all day. Team 4-star is actually, I like them a lot. Did you know that our first big break was actually Team 4-star? So back in the day, I made a game called Champions of Breakfast, which is a little arcade game. It was our first game as a studio. And I tried to send out, we did fan art for a ton of different streamers. Let me see if I can find this. Streamers and YouTubers. It's up on Imgur. Let me grab this. I don't know if I could sign into this. Can I sign into this? Hey! Posts. Favorites. No? Posts? No? Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, I think they have the old version of the website that I can find. Yeah, use old design. Just switch. And I know it's in here. Images. Gallery profile. Albums. Oh, maybe I can't find it. I don't know where these are. I know they're in here, but I don't know where, man. But we did fan art for all these major streamers, and we tried to show it off to them. And, like, tried to get them to play Champions of Breakfast, and no one would play it. Like, no one even responded. And we made some really cool images. Like, one of them is of Steam Train. If you guys remember Steam Train. And, oh, I found him. I found him. Holy shit. This is ancient, dude. I'll show you the one of Jacksepticeye. These are so ridiculous. Hold up. They're so good. They're so good and so bad at the same time. Look at it. God, it's huge. Look at that. So we made this fan art for all these big streamers at the time. And like, here's Super Beard Bros. I've got this. And we did one for Super Beard Bros. And we're like, yeah, like, do you want to play our game? We sent them emails. We've got one here for Steam Train that we sent them. And that's the thing. I did one for, we did one for PewDiePie. Shay drew all these, by the way. PewDiePie with egg nipples. Great, you know. We did one for Markiplier. There's one for Markiplier here. Oh, the ads, dude. I'm going to have to wait. We're going to wait on. None of them responded. But we were at Tiny Studios, so it makes sense. Yeah, it's really early Shay work. I'm going to wait on this. Yeah, we're going to wait. We're going to wait. We're going to wait. It's fun. Yeah, did you say Markiplier? I know, right? Did you try Game Grumps? Yeah, dude. I have that one as well. I'll show you. I'll show you. We also have one for Boogie. Oh, that's so funny, man. Advertising, man? I know. I know, they used the burrito index. I couldn't believe that shit. I'm just going to keep releasing that then, man. That's funny as shit. I didn't know you were only on YouTube and Kick. I'm not. I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Yeah. Twitch is my primary platform generally. That is where most of the community is. Although right now, the numbers are weird because I had to stop the stream for most of the day. Try Rooster Teeth? No, we didn't. This was a long time ago, man. Like, these got uploaded... Where can I even see? I don't know how old these are. These had 9 years ago. Oh my god. These are 9 years old. Yeah. That's crazy. Be gone, Bezos. Get out of here, Jeff. We're showing eggs. All right, so this was the Markiplier one. And then I also had one for Game Grumps, which is just like the Steam Train one. Glorious sausage fight. And then also one for Boogie, where he's like a wizard with like an aura of bacon and eggs and shit. So like we sent all of these over to all of these content creators, and I never got a single response. And I was like, damn, dude, like this is such cool art. This is so cool, but they didn't respond, which I get it, right? Like there's a million emails. You're not going to see any of that shit because they didn't notice. And it makes sense. Like I get it now. I didn't get it then. I was like, man, that sucks. I wish somebody would responded. However, let me pull this up. Suddenly, one day, let me grab this. I got an email, and I thought it was bullshit, but it wasn't bullshit. Oh, wait, that's loud. It's so loud. God damn it. Hold up. They reached out to us. Check this shit out. It's Team 4-Star as Goku, man. Yeah, so Team 4-Star reached out to us and was like, hey, we have like, we voice Goku, and he likes food, and your game is about food. Can we play your game? And I was like, dude, yes. So they were the first like big break playing our game, and this was like in the shitty early version where like I had like crappy UI and like it got so much better from here and everything. But it's them playing this as Goku, which is just really fun, dude. And like, yeah, this was 10 years ago, man. 10 years ago, and it got like 250,000 views. But yeah, no, that's ancient, dude. Ancient. So like, yeah, that was our first big break. I actually put an achievement in the game that was called Bane of the Fourth Star, and it has a muffin for the icon, and it's how you unlock muffins in the game. Because of that, it's like one of the bullets, because it's Champions of Breakfast, right? Because he hates muffins. Hates them. It was like a whole meme with that. But yeah, the art turned out really cool. Post this shit on Twitter? Nah, dude. I'll talk about it on stream. But like, I don't know. The way that I look at it is this, man. If you're trying to get people to notice your game, just do everything. Like, you never know what's going to happen. You never know who's going to reach out to you. You have no idea. Just do everything. Make art, talk about it on the internet, put out videos about it. Pay attention to your email, because you never know when Team 4-Star is just going to, like, appear in there, dude. Yeah. You need to rewatch Team 4-Star stuff. It's great, man. Yeah, no, it's super good. But no, that was a huge deal. That was a really huge deal. That was like a massive, awesome thing. And yeah, actually, if you look down here, my comment from 10 years ago says, "Thank you from all of us here at Pirate Software. You guys seriously kick ass. You're just a lamp. I'm a Goku." Like, it's one of the quotes from the video. So, like, it's ancient, man. Like, the early days. Yeah. I just think it's cool as shit. Nah, it's just a big deal. Let's do internet archaeology, dude. Yeah, no, the chance of Team 4-Star appearing in your email is low, but never zero. That's what I've learned. Random streamer found your game and then interviewed you. It was cool. That's one of the reasons that I'm running this, man. Like, my hope is that we can make this into a regular thing of, like, you know, the Pirate Indie Game Show where we did in December. And it was such a big deal for all the games that we had on this. And we had a shitload of games. Like, all of these games, I did interviews with every one of the developers for these games for December. And my hope is that we get to keep doing this. And it ends up being like a really positive thing for indies, man. Because like all of that is free for them, is the idea. All of that is free. And you guys loved it and they loved it. Shade Protocol's cool as shit, by the way. And I'm kind of blown away at how positive this ended up being. And I'm just going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. Yeah. Dude didn't stop all December? No, it was the whole month. I was dying at the end. You applied when we weren't chosen for December? Apply now. If you go to show.games, apply again. 100%. Like, do it. It's right there. Do the thing. Yeah, no, 100% do that. It's going to be May? No, it's going to be June. It'll be in June. And, like, it's... The biggest thing that I can tell you, man, is, like, if you feel demoralized by not being picked, don't be. I had over 500 games apply. It was a shitload, dude. It was so many. Like, and I ended up not taking a single day off in December because of it. Because I felt bad about, like, not covering everyone's games. And then after it was done, I was like Frodo with the ring kind of shit. And I was like, I can't do that again. Like, I was like, there's no way I'm doing that shit again, dude. Like, I was dying. I was dehydrated. I was like, oh. Turned into an old man. Like, that was not it. But we did it. We did it. It was 83 games, dude. Absolute slug mode, yeah. It's the fun of doing it. Yeah, no, it was super good. Yeah, no, it's Frodo at Mount Doom. It's done. Dedicate a day in every week instead? No, what I'm going to do is we're going to do about 60 games, is the idea. Between 50 and 60 games, somewhere there. You should have some really cool stuff. They had really cool stuff to show, man. Yeah, show.games is the website. If you have your favorite indie devs or if they have something cool to show off, get them to go here, click on the sign up button, and just send it a form because it goes back to me and we have a big Excel sheet that shows everything off and it automatically inputs all of it. Yeah. And I'm looking for specifically studios that either have no publisher, they don't have any other way of showing off their game, or are very small as primary for everything. And no, you don't have to sponsor the event for it. That is a question in there for people who want to. That is not required in any way. And there's no priority there. Yeah, not at all. Do 3 months divided into 2 weeks each or something like that? No, I'm not going to do 3 months because I'm going to do this every 6 months. Next one will be December after this. Yeah, do it. Blazed Out Gaming, I see what you're doing. Yeah, full month of games and game dev interviews. Those uploads are massive right now for them. I'm hoping so. I hope it all turns out really good again, because that was such a cool event, and I'm excited for it. Imagine if Thor interviews Bezos. What would I talk to him about? How does it feel to be literally Lex Luthor? Like, what is that like?
Sinar2014 on Twitch with 500 bits said hail, and well met, Sir Lemon the Long. While many MMOs have pass culture, where you get a better number based off boss kill time and personal damage, corporate life has pass culture as well, thanks to KPIs. Imagine getting called into the office and told, bro, you're parsing greens and greys in your KPIs, you need to push for those 99s and 100s.
Bro, what if you turned around and was like, and they were like, hey, I think your team might be storming right now. I'd like to get him back to Norman, and maybe in the next, couple of sprints we'll get him back to performing. But they're storming right now. I don't want to boil the ocean. Let's take this offline. We'll do a walk and talk about it later. How's that feel? Stop. No. Enjoy the corpo. I lived it. You get to deal with it. Yeah, Norman sucks. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that was so gross. I know. Just wait till I get started talking about t-shirt sizes and Jira. How many tickets do you have for this sprint? The grim reality of corporate America, dude. The Jira. It's so grim. You could do with less Jira right now? Nice, dude. Look, you want to feel good in life? Just push the prod on a Friday at 5:50 p.m. and then turn off your phone. That's the way, man. That is the way. What's your personality color? Oh, what's your work language? There's a good one, dude. What's your work language? Oh my god, man, I'm gonna lose my mind. I hate this shit so much. I'm gonna die. Oh. Still recovering from burnout because of the Jira? Ugh. Synergy. We're all on this together. I bought a pizza for all of us because we're a family. I hate it so much, dude. Anytime they're buying pizza for you, you know you're getting screwed, man. Like, no matter what. God damn it. The pizza is not a bonus, dude. You can pay me in money. Like, yeah, exactly, man. What a grim thing. Hell with that shit.
Karamak on Twitch with 500 bits said on the topic of pay to lose and less video game, an old friend of mine looked at it this way in the context of level boosting and alt in WoW. If we translate the cost of the boost into our hourly wage versus the time it would take to level the alt manually to raid level, we can directly compare the two paths. Which I thought was fair for that use case. To each their own. Removing fun is optimal and all that. Kiata shrug.
Gonna be real with you, I still feel like you're buying less video game. You pay for a game, and then you pay to skip the game to be only at the end game. How are you getting any emotional investment in the story? How are you getting any understanding of the world? How are you getting any understanding of the mechanics every time? You just skipped it for money. That seems like a flash-in-the-pan gain for a customer that's going to be there less time. Like, I really feel like that's not generally good. Look at this man enjoying games for story. Dude, I'm gonna be real. There's a whole game in there, right? Yeah, the journey is the game, right? At least that's how I feel about it. Yeah, how do you enjoy game if you don't play game? It's short-term versus long-term. I'll give you a good example of this is when a red flag goes up for me is when a company sells you a lifetime subscription. The moment I see lifetime subscription, I know that company's going under. Or it feels like it's very likely that they're having financial problems. Like, that is such a danger to me, right? And so when I see that they're selling, game skips or skip to max level character, I go, that's To me, that feels like a failure of design, where they feel that players are so bored with the content that they want to pay money to skip it. I don't see that as a positive. I see that as a negative thing every time I see it, you know? And maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's how I feel about it, you know? You got Dwarf Fortress? I've watching you play, and I just lost all 15 of my dwarves to a horde of undead. My man. Enjoy. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. You found the fun. Many, many times this will happen. All right, chat. It is time. It is time. I have things to do. I need to go get Shay treats. It needs to happen. Needs to happen. We're going to go do a thing. Yeah. So, I'm going to go raid Ferret Software. If you guys don't know what that is, it is our animal rescue. We rescue ferrets from all over the United States. We are building the largest ferret rescue in the U.S., and watching these streams pays for all of it. The ad revenue, and also on Kick, the Kick Partner Program, and also on YouTube, ad revenue from that. So if you want to watch it, that's a really big deal, and it's awesome. So thank you for doing so. You don't have to pay any money. You don't have to sub or anything like that. The Twitch stream is almost at its 300 points in the month in order to stay at 70-30. But it doesn't count gifted subs. So if you want to sub to it, please do, because it matters. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.
Cascanoid is on Twitch with 500 bits said let's talk about being corpo.
It's too late.
When everything is
I've
a
escaped.
priority, nothing is. I have 5 years of work left and half the items are not even on the backlog.
Oh.
And as a manager, I buy pizzas with my own money just to mess with the team.
Oh, you're a demon. That's what you are. God damn. Whoa. Anyway, have a good day.